switch over to Elden Ring. So heads up, I posted this in the Discord in a subtle way, but there's currently a thunderstorm brewing that I managed to barely avoid when coming home earlier. There's a pretty good chance that the weather's gonna get like giga fucked up with a lot of lightning and shit, and maybe we'll be suddenly out of power or out of internet. It hasn't happened to me before, but I always feel like when shit gets like crazy, that there's always a chance. Oh, I see. I wasn't seriously thinking it was my ass, but it's still, like, hope you get well soon with that, or like hope it works out, whatever the fuck it was. Not sure how to say that without sounding like an idiot, like, oh, get well soon, like, yeah, yeah, well, whatever. You know what I mean, just best of GL. Hope it clears up. Do it! Yeah. Hope things go as alright as they can. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much. Then goes into lurk mode. That is a very funny mode. Right, I don't think I need a break right now, so I think we'll just go right to it. So we're either going into Altus Plateau or into Caelid today. My plan is to wonder what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing. We did both of the underground areas last time, so that was good. That was great success. Worked out well. Actually, I can just go over here now. Did I change things? I did change things, right? Please tell me it actually took. Very good. It did take. Nice. Anything else I need to do? I guess I can post on the Discord that we're switching over to Elden Ring. Boom. Menacing, ominous. But yeah, in addition to my power or internet suddenly disappearing, there's also a chance I just disappear as I dissolve into sweat. It was like 34-ish degrees and very high humidity as it was brewing for the thunderstorm. And while it is starting to go a little bit crazy outside, that doesn't mean that it has cooled off yet, so I'm just sweating and kind of dying slightly. Okay, so we're gonna go to Altus. We're gonna go through the tunnel, so we'll have to fight the dragon there. I haven't been in here yet either, so let's quickly go check that out first. I think there's a bit of dialogue with Melania. With Melania? With Melina. Melina. Melania. Let's not meet Melania. Melania, bad. Melina, very good. Melania, bad. Death. Bird up and bird down go well together. Very nice. Although it doesn't look like that on the on-screen shot. Unfortunate. Please stop trebucheting me. What is this? Thank you for not picking it up. Runard. Why not? Just saw fancy shiny. Must acquire fancy shiny. I don't know about the correct number of fingers. What? Oh yeah, also while Bango is here, don't talk about shit that hasn't, at least like, it's fine if you occasionally mention some shit that's probably like part of the process of just hanging out and talking about shit, but like don't explicitly spoil shit like, oh, I can't wait for you to run into this in like 5 hours or 20 hours or some shit, you know? Ow, I got died. Okay, that camp is actually a little bit more annoying. We had a bit of this with Melina with the correct number of fingers. Melina with the correct number of fingers. When would I last talk to Melina? Must have been a while. Hey, there's a stick nearby, very good. Heard the term 3 fingers, I guess we found where the rest of the hand went. You would think that. Guess we'll just force this for a bit. Actually, I don't have stamina. Oh, ho, 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 ho. That's pretty close. You know, these bloody, like, Raya Lucaria soldiers, or like these bloody Kakunites or whatever the fuck they are, with their stupid magic rocks are surprisingly really annoying to deal with. Ow. Easy way to make normal enemies really strong. Step 1, give them homing magic projectiles they can just throw out. Step 2, give them horses that they ride you down with. Step 3, give them homing soul mass that they can just cast whenever they feel like. Step 3, place 2 of them. Step 4, wait, there's no step 4, the guy's already very dead, unfortunate. Okay, I do actually have to play this a little carefully then, I was hoping to just run in and commit to murdering. So let's hang out over here and see who we upset, and then start taking them out one by one. Or maybe not one by one per se, but like closer to them. Yeah, the fact that they can just throw these fucking magic rocks is really annoying. What the fuck? Oh, I see. I thought that's a poison attack, because that's like the color for it. We got the foot soldier, huh? So we aggroed one of the war wagons, or whatever the fuck, I don't know what they're called, but I hate them. That's kind of all I need to know about them. So let's try not to be right there, and hope it de-aggroes or something. It is not de-aggroing, but we're getting the chest, so that's also pretty good. Great mace! See, the thing with the joke is that I don't even know what the joke is, and I'm not like worried about spoilers for myself, obviously. So I just genuinely don't know what you're referring to. If there was something that happened on Bango's stream, or if there was something that happened at the end of my last stream or something. Although I don't even know if you were here on my last stream because of this weird timing. Actually, no, you were probably around. Seem to remember. Fire chariots, and yeah, they are ass. Yeah, I never fight them if I can help it at all. I severely dislike fighting them. They are not fun. I remember when we were in the co-op mod and we were just hanging out here and just launching ourselves off the cliff repeatedly because our death screams to falling were very funny. We do very good things in Elden Ring co-op mod on Bango stream. It's very high quality gameplay, very tall levels of entertainment. Yeah, lobsters are actually a little bit less bad in my opinion to fight than the fire chariots. I'd rather fight a lobster than a fire chariot. That probably says a lot. Right, so we have this bonfire now. I should have rested at it so we can get the dialogue that I was thinking we were gonna get. Let me go do that right now. I'm a little scatterbrained, as is normal when streaming and shit, but also like I've been saying, the brain matter is currently leaking outside of my ear holes. I am being messaged on Steam, sorry that was my Steam. I'm bad streamer. Should I share the magical experience of co-op? Sure, you can share whatever the fuck you want. Sure, tell me. Yeah, I agree, cool, thank you. Now you might be like, Cube, why the fuck are you like going back to get the dialogue if you're not even gonna listen to the dialogue or read the dialogue? Well, I feel like it's part of like doing all of the things is to try and get all of the dialogue, even if it makes no sense by just not paying attention. So in my brain, doing that, even just skimming the dialogue or skipping through the dialogue is part of doing all of the things. Alright, we have a merchant here. He sells bone ballista bolts and great arrows and shit. I guess we'll buy the composite bow, why not? I'll have your rune orcs. I'll have your bewitching branches. I've never used one of these. The only game where I ever used something like a bewitching branch was Bloodborne, because there's an instance where you can make the two sharks in the well fight each other if you use one of them. Oh, I see. That is a very, like, around-the-corner joke, given that I had not done the thing you were mentioning there, and Bango has also not done the thing you were mentioning there. That's on your stream, or your playthrough that you're not streaming or sharing in any other way, so I genuinely had no fucking clue what you were talking about. Oh, I don't think I've seen that one. I think that was after I left. Probably good then. I want to do all the things while not doing most of the things. How dare you? I've been doing most of the things. Oh, I am in this one still? Okay. Curved swords are weird on horseback. Like, their heavy attack is this weird double swing that takes an extra moment to come out. Or or sometimes it doesn't do the double swing or whatever. Oops, I need to recover somehow. Actually, I'll just fight you on the ground. You know what, let's just burn him. Oh. Okay, see, Cocoon Knight Gauntlets, very good. So fun fact about these things that some people might not know, so let me try and see if I can demonstrate it. Was a month ago already. Goddamn. Oh, a month ago. I didn't read that message. Yeah, that makes sense then that I might have been around. I thought this was from last stream. I don't have a source of poison, unlucky. Do I really know it? Hmm. If I walk away, I can craft, but whatever. Anyway, these guys, if you manage to poison them, which is not actually that bad, they are not very poison resistant, they will explode in a giant cloud of poison. And if there's any other of these fuckers nearby, they will poison each other and trigger some sort of a chain reaction. Now, I think these guys are spaced a little bit too far apart to actually make that happen, but it is a pretty funny way of getting rid of them when there's like a large blob of the smaller ones, which often come in like larger clumps and larger groups like that. Any instances where Michael and I one-shot each other, often intentionally? Yeah. Michael has also gotten me killed on that last stream of yours twice. At least once seemed pretty intentional as well, by just being in the path where I was trying to jump. So, Harold has been having a very fall-y sort of time. And the last one was really unfortunate because that was at the entrance to the mine and we didn't have the bonfire yet, so I would have had to have run all the way back over there on foot. Most powerful magic is basically in the way at all times. I do like that he was like, oh yeah, the PvP on makes it, or like the friendly fire on makes it more interesting, as the mage that is usually sitting in the back, not really affected by PvP, but like accidentally shooting his teammates, you know? Like, weird that the mage is like, oh yeah, PvP or like friendly fire rather, could be a fun little thing to turn on, smile. But yeah, I agree though, I think the friendly fire is a pretty fun little mechanic sometimes. At least for some of the bosses where the size and everything fits reasonably well, so it's not just like we're steamrolling this poor fuck that can't fight back at all because we just stagger lock him. Because then we'll actually have to pay attention and time our attacks and that sort of stuff. Is there anything in here? What do you have? Body. Smithing Stone 5, that's pretty good. Vermintide Elf main, friendly fire is fine. To be fair, it's usually not actually all that bad. It's the sort of shit where like your character will complain non-stop about like, oh, friendly fire, stop shooting me, wah, curly and why. But then in the actual instance of they are actually hitting you and you're actually paying attention to your health, it usually doesn't drain that much. Like it's usually more of a inconvenience and your character is complaining, but it doesn't usually do that much damage, with some small exceptions of course. When the person places, they have to actively warn totally get the fuck the way when start to hold R2. Yeah. That seems fun though, like it's basically giving a built-in downside to using big swingy weapons rather than trying to be precise and trying to play with and around each other, rather than just like, hey, let's just completely steamroll this poor guy in a 3v1 fight or something. So I think that's kind of interesting. It's not perfect, and there are some instances where I'm like, yeah, okay, maybe nah, but it does add a little bit sometimes. I'm gonna get a reasonable amount of smithing stones here, so I can probably upgrade a weapon to +5 soon. Also, if you hit these guys with fire, the one that have the explodey fire clumps on their back, they will explode like that, and that's quite nice. It is a bit of a shame that only fire has a lot of these weird interactions with enemies, like the hands rolling on their back and going like and like taking damage over time, or like these guys exploding. Dogs also usually are extra anal about getting hit by fire, which is understandable. But it's a shame that it's only fire that has these sort of interactions. I don't think there's any other element that has like specific hit reactions, so to speak. Oh, that followed me pretty far. Thought I was gonna be fine over here. Let me quickly clear this area before using an anti-poison, so that I don't just immediately get poisoned again. I figured there was another one, but I didn't remember where, so I just sprinted, because just sprinting has a pretty high chance of them just missing you as a result. Okay, this seems good. Let's do the thing. I do like that the default menu, like I sometimes like that the default menu that you open now when you enable the recent items tab is the recent items, because it makes it easier to just quickly check what you picked up. But at the same time, especially if you've played before, there is a lot of muscle memory of like, oh, let me quickly use an anti-poison. I go to inventory, I go down 2 slots, here we go, here's my anti-poison. Like if I go to my inventory, it's right here, it's always gonna be right here. The first item in this category is always the anti-poison. So you can just like go this, or go like this, go 2 down, and there you are. But now I have to actually change tab first, and I usually sit there for a moment on the recent item tab wondering where the fuck my anti-healing, or anti-healing, yes, my anti-poison things went. So it's just like an extra little step that you have to take and pay attention to, which is a bit of a shame. And that's probably also why well, I have been saying this a lot of times actually, but I do feel like I'm gonna disable the recent items thing again, but then it is also nice for like stream stuff to just be like, hey, on the thing we just picked up is this, or just like when I wanna actually read the, oops, I jumped a little early, didn't I? My bad. When I do the thing. Yes, you got like 3 tutorial messages when you, well, I guess your character existed only after the DLC came out, but there is at least 1, if not 2 tutorial messages about it. You go to settings and enable it. It is somewhere. Here. No, wait, here. No, here. There it is at the very bottom. Yeah, exactly. It is really nice in exactly those situations, but for actual mechanically playing the game, it's pretty inconvenient. They did a really good thing by just usually making the consumables tab the default one, because that's clearly where you want to be if you go to your items tab normally, right? You're not going to equipment, you're going to items, so you probably want to use some item TM. So naturally, the consumables should be first, which is what they are by default. So I think that's a good thing, but the recent items tab is also really handy if you're trying to check something, and I guess there's not really a way for the game to, or for you at least, to express which of the 2 things you desire in that exact moment. So you kind of just have to, like, deal with the inconvenience of either or the other. But yeah, I wish there was a couple more instances where maybe lightning damage triggers some sort of interaction, or I don't know, magic damage is a bit harder to make happen, I suppose. Or maybe some status effects. I guess the poison explosions on the land squid, or like the poison squid thingies, technically would count maybe. I should have jumped off on the way up. I know that that's technically easier, but I was just a little late. And then I decided, okay, fuck it, let's just go all the way to the top, because then we could just come down with the elevator rather than having to wait down here. Pumpkin heads flip out if you bleed things. Do they? Huh, I did not know that. Neat. Already mark recent items as a neat thing to have. Yeah, I agree. That is also very handy. Both of these features are new from the DLC being introduced, by the way. Even if you don't have it, it's just a feature across the game now. But those were very good. In general, the game has had quite a few minor quality of life stuff that is, like, little updates that are easy to miss if you didn't play before. I think that and insects cause them to berserk. Huh. I had never heard of that, that's neat. At least I don't remember hearing about that. This guy, regular rocks, non-exploding rocks, so he doesn't explode. That guy, exploding rocks, so he does explode. Oh yeah, since we're, like, mentioning weird mechanics that are easy to miss if you're not really closely following and, like, really exactly understanding the tutorials. If you one-hand your weapon, you are more likely to bounce off of things. Specifically, the game thinks about shields with this, but this also goes for enemies. So, like, one-handed, you see how I'm bouncing off of him. If I'm two-handed, my swing will go through. It still won't do good damage, especially, like, on a shield that's blocking. But if you're, for example, trying to break an enemy's guard, you want to be two-handing your weapon so you don't bounce off with every swing. Whereas if you're one-handing your weapon, you are very likely bouncing off with every swing. Obviously, that, like, the mass of the weapon matters and shit, so, like... there are instances where there's like more factors going into it, but figured I'd mention that since that's kind of fitting with the topics that we're talking about. Yes, you can drink flasks while on ladder. Wait, there's another one? Oh, there's two. That was a graviton, wasn't it? Damn. That backstab did hella damage. Hello, guy on break. Allow me to ruin your break for you. You should really not go on break with a large, like, sack of explodey rocks on your back. That's just asking for trouble. Like, you're just going outside trying to get a smoke or something, and then your rocks on your back suddenly explode. Very unfortunate. Aha, we're on the other side. That's exactly what I intended. We confused the scarab and now we get to kill it. Certainly an underused feature in Dark Souls games. It is also in this game. Ladder combat is still rare as ever. And I think for the most part that's a good thing, I don't know. It's kind of in a good spot in a way, because whenever it does happen, it's immediately just like a meme. It's like, oh my god, ladder combat, so cool. God damn it. Thank you, you are very fast on the door with those. Very good, thank you so much. Anything over here? No. I used to be fast with those as well, because I had an extension, or one of my extensions for Twitch, made it so I can just click on their name and then press B to ban them. I don't have that anymore. I don't remember which extension that was or why it's not working anymore. Maybe it's a feature that I needed to enable somewhere and I just forgot to re-enable it when I last reinstalled shit, but that was very handy. Made it very quick and easy to ban them. So this area is a little weird, like in general describing this entire section that's coming up, because there are a lot of little pathways here. Most of them don't really lead to much of interest. And you'd think this terrain would make for a bit of an interesting battleground, or like an interesting combat area, but it's mostly just like, hey, here's a little plateau, and then, oh look, there's some traversal that looks a little dicey, and then, oh, back to like normal ground again, and that sort of shit. So like, they're not really doing much with it. Oh yeah, right, those cost me FP. I don't think that's gonna matter, but good to know. Arms slightly too short. Oops, I'm on the wrong thing. It's like swatting flies on Super Force trying to work that I see a weird name, I link in the corner and reflex kicks it. Hell yeah. Can't you also go up one of these here? Is that here or is that later? I don't want to jump on that, that looks dicey. The up section is later. Oh yeah, we go up here and then we can double back maybe? Yeah. I wonder if one, like, I don't know why this is still living rent-free in my head, I'm sorry, I just like to whinge about people that don't know me. But I wonder if you actually went through and tallied all the Elden Ring moments where, like, you explore a little chunk that looks like a thing and then it's not actually an item at the end of it, versus you explore a little thing and there is something to it. I wonder where you would actually land in terms of, like, what the actual ratio would be. Because I can't help but, like, see a little moment like this where you have a jump puzzle across the pillar and hey look, there's actually a thing there, nice. And that feels like it happens so much, and yet people will go around this game and leave messages at every dead end like, oh my god, Elden Ring XD, like, oh, no items ever, like, all my exploration is ruined. And I don't know where exactly, like, if you were to actually tally it up and actually, like, make some numbers happen rather than just gut feeling, wonder where the game would end up on that. No singing. Yeah. Oh, I'm dead, I think. I don't know if I can avoid these. Okay, I can, very good. Okay, I think I'm dead. Did the chain attack. Let me just sprint for a second. Okay, thank you. They didn't want to follow around the left side, that's interesting. Oh. Whoa. I need a different weapon for this. I feel like the Shamshire might not be the best option. This might be a Swyander sort of enemy type. Wait, I have a weapon that has gravity on it. I can just use that, and hey, what do you know, it's the Swyander. I was suggesting the right thing, but for the wrong reasons. I mean, I'll be out of blue juice in a second, and I don't think I have any blues to this, no. But yeah, it's just my morbid curiosity wondering, like, okay, how much merit is there actually to people complaining whenever they don't find loot? Because you could argue, like, oh, why is there no loot over here? Like, this is a bit of a weird dead end. In my opinion, not really. I wouldn't really be upset about it, but I could see someone being like, oh, look, there's no loot in this corner, how rude. But then there was already a bunch of stuff here, and, like, you had enemies, and there was loot over in this corner, and there was loot up there, and, I don't know. Bats and Hawks were the only enemies where I think where I find Pike to be decent. Yeah, I mean, Pike is generally pretty good, I think. Spears in general are... Oh yeah, this is one of my favorite message spots because a lot of people miss this. There's an item over here. Oh, there's no items in this game. Oh, Elden Ring. But yeah, spears are a little weird because their damage and stagger is so low. Comparatively, usually. There are instances where a spear is just kind of OP, but like by default or by design they're kind of low damage, but like high range and fairly reasonable utility. Bad against crowds, but good against individuals, and that leaves them in a pretty awkward spot for Souls games, because at the end of the day, you're gonna be fighting a lot of like enemies where that doesn't matter, where you just kinda... You either like steamroll them or they hit you and it hurts. So you usually just like would go in there with a great sword and slap them, or like you would stagger them to death with like a sword or something. And as a result, the whole spear style of like, hey, you have fairly safe pokes at fairly good range but low stagger and low damage doesn't really make much sense for PvE in most instances, I reckon. There's also the thing where you can guard and poke at the same time with those weapon types, the same with rapiers. However, the downside is that unless you're using a great shield, it's prohibitively expensive on stamina. Like, if you're trying to actually guard and attack to take advantage of that feature, you're gonna be suffering a very large stamina penalty really quickly. Which is super, super spicy, because then you just get hit again, and then... Yeah, I got the octopus head. Neat. That is pretty rare, I think. Look at that. I don't know if I've ever found that. I've seen it before, but goddamn. Well, that's a bit of an awkward comparison in general, because you're comparing it to another really, and like intentionally really large weapon type that has much other, like very different stats. Like, the Colossal Swords are like very high damage, but also very high range, but high swing cost and very slow, usually. Jump attacks notwithstanding, because they kind of break everything. So like, yeah, if you're comparing it to a Zweihander, sure, it's not got that much range, but given how fast and easy to like just poke people with it is, and like how safe it is, the spear is pretty good in that context. But yeah, if you're comparing it to like, oh, at range, I would rather swing a Zweihander, sure. But like for like being able to just poke from somewhat safe distance, somewhat quickly, when you don't have big openings, or when the enemy wouldn't stagger from it and that sort of shit, then spears would at least theoretically be good. But yeah, I in general also think they're not that good for PvE, unfortunately. Like, just as I've been saying. The concept is nice, and it sort of works in PvP, funnily enough. You can play like a fairly defensive playstyle with, especially with shields and trying to stay alive, but you do need to, as always, be careful with people that are actually aware of what they're doing and will counter you. It reminds me a little bit of my feelings, at least initially, about weapon arts in Dark Souls 3. Because Dark Souls 3 introduced weapon arts, and I immediately thought that was weird, because what are you gonna do with weapon arts? Like, you're fighting enemies that don't get... Like, you don't need to play anything clever or tricky against them. They're always just gonna be... Oh, we need, like, lighter equipment. Sorry, I'm trying to sort that while I'm rambling. Like, enemies don't really play in a way where you would need to surprise them or, like, mix them up or do anything fancy or tricky. And so I felt like weapon arts were just kind of a weird concept for a game like the Souls games to have, even at a base level. Because at the end of the day, you just walk up and hit things, or you, like, space yourself correctly and then hit things. Why need weapon arts and fancy flips and movement? Aside from, of course, it looking cool, so, like, it's got that going for it. And spears are sort of in that same category. You don't really need the stuff that makes spears, at least theoretically, interesting. Yeah, of course, style reasons will at the end of the day trump everything anyway, so like, if you like using them, then that's, like, then it doesn't matter how bad or good a thing is, and same way if you like how it looks or feels, and in exactly the same way it will also not matter how good or bad it is. So obviously I'm looking at it, like, or at least talking about it from a, like, how good is it actually in combat perspective, rather than just, like, the style or feels fun to use sort of perspective. It's also pretty good wisdom. But yeah, I'm just rambling about spears because Art was talking about them. That being said, halberds are pretty good. Halberds have, like, a solid combination of range and damage and stuff. The Dawn Greatbow is pretty sick. I always wanted to use that on a build, but never really got around to doing that. Okay, so we have a boss coming up. I don't know how to feel about this boss. I hate this boss type. I would say 2 out of 3 times they're a pain in the ass. 1 out of 3 times I just hit them a bunch and they die, and I'm like, I don't even know why this is a boss. This feels so easy and weird. So let's see which of the 2 options we have this time. We're gonna try the Uchi with our cold and bleed procs. Taking up a choice with a spear and great shield. Yeah, I mean, I guess in fairness, whenever I talk about weapons and stuff like that, you also gotta consider that I'm talking about it from the perspective of, hey, I've played all the Souls games a shit ton, so if I say, like, there are good situations for it, that doesn't necessarily mean I've played them extensively in Elden Ring and can tell you, like, oh, it's really good for this or for that or whatever. Like, say, like, let's take a weapon type like Twin Blades. I've played Twin Blades quite a bit in Dark Souls 2 when they were first added. I've played them a tiny bit in Dark Souls 3, and I've not used them at all in Elden Ring, yet I would generally feel comfortable just talking about them in this game and, like, have a vague idea of how they work. There was an NPC, sorry to interrupt my train of thought in general, there's an NPC, Phantom Summon Gesture. There's an NPC that you can summon that gives you a gesture. I need to remember which one that is, because there's a point where you can miss it. Let's enjoy ourselves some singing while I look this up. I forget which NPC is this. There's an NPC, like a co-op NPC you can summon, that gives you a gesture, and I cannot fucking remember. I'm skimming some lists right now, sorry. Wasn't it Targoth? Is it this guy? Because that's what I'm thinking. I mean, we can summon him and just send him away. And if it's not him, then who cares? While I'm doing that, let me, yeah, we can kill him here later, but I don't think we get a gesture from him. He's just on the list for the thing. Oh, he does actually have the greeting, nice. I'm gonna... Why is this not mentioned on the wiki? Okay, let me pull up a list of gestures real quick and see if there's any others, just because I want to make sure I don't accidentally miss one. Yeah, obtained after summoning Great Horned Tragoth before the boss fight for Magma Worm or within Star Swords Radon. Oh, we probably would have gotten him there as well. Obtained from that. I can't wait to get that. That's a cool thing. Yep, we got that one. Yep, we will get that one. We have done this. We will get that. I should really do stuff like this off stream. Wait, what? Where the fuck? Who the fuck? Oh, that's much later. Okay, good. I thought I missed something. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. We have done this. Oh yeah, we can get the tower now that we needed erudition to get into. We'll get that. Maybe. Oh, will we get that though? I don't think we can continue that quest line. We might have 2 little stats. We'll see. Wait, is there praise the sun gesture in this game? No, there isn't, thankfully. I think it give you if you summon for Radon as well. Yeah, I was just reading that as well. I think that's the only one that is missable in this way, right? I've skimmed through the list of gestures now, and I don't see any others that might be problematic, so I think we're good. Right, alright. Thank you for the gesture, buddy. It's time for you to leave. Poof. Not enough sun around? No, I think it was time for the meme to finally rest. They have their other running gags. There's a Moonlight Sword, there's Patches. I don't think we needed Solaire around again. Let that man stay in his series. So, this is a magma worm. I just like magma worms. So they crawl around, they leave magma behind, they sometimes hit you. They're very annoying, they're also really sturdy. I think you're meant to be hitting the head, but it's a little difficult to arrange sometimes. Yeah, head takes good damage. Their attack timings are super slow, they sometimes are in awkward terrain like this, so that's not gonna make it easier. But yeah, the worst part is that they usually just leave a bunch of fucking magma everywhere, so you gotta be really careful with your movement at some point when the arena becomes full. Hey, nice. And there are like 2 or 3 of them in the whole game. I won't go into detail, but I will say that there's more than one. And that's really all I care about. I mean, I would be talking about this boss even if this was a one-of-a-kind boss, you know, so like... It's less about like, oh, how many of them are there even? It's more about like, I don't like fighting these guys, I want to talk about them and their moveset. Because that's what I'm doing while streaming. So we did get our bleed and freeze proc there, that was alright. I think my Uchi is also not exactly upgraded very well. So I'm glad we got those procs, because otherwise damage would be pretty small. Ah, fuck. He's being fairly generous. I often have movesets that feel a little bit more annoying. Also, that doesn't one-shot me, which is very, very kind. Oh yeah, what I should have been doing is this. I forgot I had that. So that's the Ash of War Freezing Mist. It makes a little, like, ice smoke cloud. Like a mist, one might say, that is freezing. And the benefit is that it builds up frost on people that are in it, so like bosses tend to just get hit by that a lot. But it has a secondary effect, right? It also coats our weapon in ice for a while, which increases the amount of frost buildup we do. So it's like a double benefit of having frost buildup from the cloud, and then also more frost buildup on the swings. In general, my idea with this weapon, or this build for this weapon, is that... Oh no, I die. Okay, that's not nearly as big a area as I thought. I would have missed that timing horribly. But yeah, my idea for this build with the weapon is that it is a katana, so it usually, like most of them, have built-in bleed build-up automatically, without you needing to infuse them with anything, or buff them with anything. So it has bleed by default, which whenever it procs deals a percentage of the boss's life, or the enemy's life in general. And I also infuse it with cold, so it also gets cold build-up, which does basically the same thing, plus a little debuff. So if I get to wail on an opponent, not only will I deal normal swing damage, which is fine, but also I will build up 2 status effects that both proc for a percentage of the enemy's life whenever they fully build up. So that's kind of the idea here. Freeze in general is pretty good. It's fairly easy to apply because stuff like this makes it very simple. This cloud is not massive, but for a lot of enemies they will absolutely stay inside of it. And then that's quite nice. And the cold build-up, especially with the buff, is also pretty good. This is like 75. I don't think that factors in the buff though, we'll see when it runs out. Actually, I can make it run out. Yeah. But like with the buff we build up even more. That's a pretty high number for a status effect. So that part goes pretty quickly, and makes Frost really good overall. So we've entered Altus Plateau for the first time. This triggers some quest stages for a couple of people. Like things are moving and shuffling about. There are 2 ways of entering Altus Plateau, or like 2 main ways. We have chosen the quote-unquote side path by going through the tunnels here. We have to go through that little passage. Nothing bad will happen when we approach that passage, so that is perfectly fine. There's a little bit of exploration here with some omens up there trying to get us killed, but we should be fine. Let's actually go to the Flamberge for the omens. How much are you? You're +6, that's fine. No need to upgrade this right now. Bella from Melina for reaching Altus Plateau.
Only a little it takes me. I was born. Her mother gave. So now the reason.
So she does talk about her mother there. In general, we don't get any clear, like, oh, this is my father, or this is my mother, this is my family, this is who I am. She's kind of, like... She isn't super vague about it intentionally. She doesn't give off the vibe that she's disguising or, like, trying to hide her heritage or who she is. But at the same time, it is left to speculation. Ow. I thought since the first 2 staggered, maybe the 3rd one would stagger as well. Ooh, that's pretty fast. I'm not particularly good at fighting these guys, which is a problem because there's gonna be quite a few of them later. Ooh, good spacing. I could probably parry them, maybe that's something I should learn. That's the punch, I can't parry that even if that was good. That was horrible timing anyway. That's the kick, I can't parry that either. Okay, maybe parrying these is not actually the solution to most of life's problems. Well, if they give me that swing, it's pretty easy. Well, I mean, as you can see, I'm level 1 and I'm sturdy enough to take the occasional hit from them. They're not that bad, I don't think they're meant to be that bad. It's just that their moveset is like a little unusual and a little aggressive sometimes. So it tends to catch you off guard if you haven't fought them a lot yet. Oh, that poised through. There's only a couple areas where you meet multiple of them anyway, so... It's not an enemy type that you end up fighting a lot. That's kind of how it goes. The enemy types that you end up encountering a lot, you usually also end up being fairly okay at by the end of the game. Like, you'll either have something that works with your build fairly consistently, like maybe you can block certain moves and then punish reliably, or maybe you can parry, or maybe you have the right ranged attack or something. Like, you'll probably have figured out a way to deal with them if they're common enemies. But, like, these are in the sort of sour spot between not being common enough that you actually learn them, and also having a slightly weird moveset or a slightly unusual moveset. I always feel like there should be more stuff here, but I can never remember what actually is here, if anything. I know there's a dungeon there. Yeah. But, like, this massive lake has not a lot going on for it. Well, let's have a look in here, the Sage's Cave. So we're reaching the point where I am getting very inconsistent with remembering what's what. So I cannot tell you what is in the Sage's Cave. The name does ring a bell somewhere deep inside of my brain, but that doesn't mean that I know what it is or if that's a particularly good or bad thing that it's ringing a bell. So that's gonna be at least a little bit exciting to have to play this sort of blind. I see it's one of those with a lot of invisible walls, or illusory walls. Oh, is it the poison one? There's no way it's the poison one. No. Hey, we have a tool for this. I haven't upgraded it in a while, but it should still be pretty good. Anti-undweight device. Double chest just reeks of ambush, but it seems like there's none. I cannot remember much about this cave. This must not be a very important one. Like, either very striking in terms of, oh my god, this is so difficult, or very striking in terms of, like, very good loot. Not even a mimic again. Major disappointment. Hey, I wonder if there's an illusory wall here. Oh, that took a little bit too long to charge. Oh boy. Settle down, friends. Oh, that had another swing in it. I died because I had to change. I thought I was on throwing knives for some reason when I glanced at my items from the corner of my eye, so I cycled through my items instead of drinking immediately. Whoops. I should have just ran, honestly, if I wanted to change items. It's pretty bad. Hello, friendo. Man, do you need to make the one attack that happens to hit in time there? Maybe I should just not be greedy, but it's hard to not be greedy. Oops, no, it's a little further in. What am I doing? Oh, it stays open, I forgot. Oh. Alright, one at a time up here, please. Thank you, very kind, very kind. Hey, we got the Bandit's Curved Sword. Hey, I think that's the other Curved Sword that I heard was really good to use with the... No, wait, I was thinking about Axis, wasn't I? Was I? I don't remember. Basically, when I was doing a tiny bit of research for what might be good for a level 1 run, there was a combination of weapons that was coming up, and I think it was Shamshir plus Bandit's Curved Sword or something similar. Where you would like dual wield curved swords and effectively make yourself the twin blades, Sellsword twin blades or whatever from Dark Souls 3 that way. And I think it was those two. So we have that now, which is interesting. All of the chests. Bandit Curve sounds familiar. Getting quite a bit of unique drops or rare drops. It's probably the streamer RNG from doing a playthrough that has actually been fully on camera so far. Hey guy, please don't kill me. Oh, that was so slow. I thought I had to roll immediately. Man, I said please don't kill me, and he immediately murders me, dude. I know they're a little bit taller, but I wish these swole skeletons stood out a tiny bit more from the regular skeletons. You can probably also tell by the weapon, because I think the smaller ones never have the big axe, but I did not immediately recognize this as a major threat. I thought I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna shoot him with my projectile and everything's gonna be fine. Whereas if I knew that that guy was gonna be poising through and was gonna be a big one, then I might have just made a better decision there. I did the little brazier, unlucky. Thankfully I'm the footsie god. Look at that, damageless, outplayed. Spacing on this cube, immaculate. Okay, let's do something stupid, because that's always fun. Aw. Thank you, Cool Kings. Okay, he did a fucking jump attack up the cliff. I thought he was just jumping to get up there, because there's a little ledge in the way. That's also really fast, the speed with which he comes down there on that axe. God damn, that is nasty. Well, there go all the monies. All of the monies ever. That was annoying. Very cheeky. I might have been, like, once again, just small inconvenience, and I'm not exclusively blaming that. I could just be better, of course, but also kind of like how I didn't recognize him as, like, a big man the first time. I thought he was just doing the jump attack, or, like, the jump that they normally need to do to get onto ledges and platforms. I didn't recognize that as an attack explicitly, because I'm used to them needing to do a little jump anyway. Hey, we got a second Bandit's Curve Sword, got him. If someone wants one of these, feel free to let me know. I can trade this away, since this is on main servers. But yeah, I didn't recognize that as him doing an actual attack, and thus I wasn't ready to deal with it. Yeah, that is very fast. Jesus Christ, sir. Ooh, boy. Also very sturdy. Okay, I need to be very careful with those guys. Gee, I wonder if that's another serial through there. Wow. Sounds okay, very good. Nothing behind? Nope. This is a weird cave. I am remembering this. I definitely did go through here before. But, not remembering as in, like, I could not have told you what the enemies were or what the boss was going to be or stuff like that. Raptor Talons, those also ring a bell. Whee. Hidden path ahead in this dungeon. Can't believe it. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Oh, is this a Black Knife Assassin? Oh, here's the Raptor's Black Feathers. Hey, we were talking about that the other day. That's pretty funny that the very first dungeon in Altus Plateau that I stumbled into happens to exactly be this one. So isn't this a Black Knife Assassin then, if there's a... Oh, it's the Necromancer, right. I remember this guy being technically free, but then I just kept getting one-shot. Kinda like that. And I don't think there's a Stake of Marika here either. I think last I was here, I was getting really annoyed at getting randomly comboed or one-shot, even though otherwise the fight felt fairly easy. Let's see if we can just run through, because this is a bit of an annoying track. Once again, dungeon without Stake of Marika. That being said, that is the side boss. There's another main boss deeper down, so it kinda makes sense, I guess, that there's no Stake of Marika. There's probably one for the actual boss. I love that the skeleton is just forlornly looking at the fucking wall that used to be not there. Or rather, that the hole where there used to be a wall. It's like, where did this chest come from? Alright, let's see. I do want to buff... I'm gonna pre-buff my weapon, so I don't have to do that on the fight. And then let's see if I can bum rush him and maybe get some damage in. He does start with a couple of snails around him, and those actually are not super weak. Yeah, the stagger from the snail from behind into his overhead swing killing me, unfortunate. Do I bum rush the snail? But then he gets to summon garbage. Also, I'm not sure the anti-undead thing is actually going to be very helpful. Although, if he does get to summon shit, then it's probably going to be helpful against those. Yeah, let's keep the straight sword for now. Again, this would not be as annoying or as much of an issue if you could just, like, go fast. But you can't. I don't think there's an angle to jump down there. Looks not very jumpable. I could try, it's not like we'd lose anything. The only souls that are on my corpse are the ones that we got from running through here, so it's not really much of a loss. So we could give it like a couple of attempts of jumping and seeing if we can reach anything. Because running all the way through here is a little tedious. I could also just beat him this time. Maybe I can kill the snail quickly enough that he won't be doing too many nasty things in the meanwhile. Because we should do okay damage to it with the anti-undead thing. Okay, he's summoning immediately. Okay, it died immediately as well. Oh my motherfucking god. That went through my bubble as well. That did insane damage. That wasn't even him, that was just the two fucking idiots that he summoned that swung at me. God damn. Okay, let's see if there's a spot where we might be able to jump down. If I understand this correctly, we're going this way. That is definitely not something we can reach. No, I got hit twice, is the thing, but like those 2 hits were enough to kill me from, well, my full HP isn't very high, of course, but like it, even though I only got hit twice and one of them was absorbed by the bubble mostly, it still like made me die in that one attack basically that they did. Maybe we can go barely across? Oh, almost. That was a pretty good jump though, I'm not sure I can maximize that further. Let's give that 1 or 2 more tries and see if we can make that happen. Maybe if we're light rolling. Nah, that was not a good angle. Nah, it's not worth it. I think I load faster by just going out to the bonfire. I'm gonna kill the skeleton this time and have a tiny look around, see if there might be a bit of a better angle to find. Right, let's see. Could jump from the thing for some extra height, but I don't think the height matters. I think I just need to be as far on the edge here as possible. Maybe this is the right angle, or this one. This one got me really close, let's see. Nah. That was slightly worse than my best attempt so far. I don't think you actually build extra distance by doing the heavy jumping attack, but I'll give that a try as well. Maybe we can brush ourselves against the right wall a little bit to get some extra distance. Like, get some extra running time before we need to press the jump button. You can definitely make that with the explodey bubble. If you time that correctly. But I do want my Flask of Physics for the boss fight. Now I'm kinda tempted to make that happen though. Oh, that was such a good jump. Maybe this is actually barely too far without any sort of cheese. Let's try the exploded here. I will need 1 or 2 attempts to figure out what the timing is because I forgot. So let's say. Okay, that launched me through the ceiling, that looked funny. And we do get our bubble afterwards, so that was also pretty funny. Okay, so we need to... That's not a lot of time to set this up, especially with the skeleton around. But maybe we can make this happen. By the time we finish setting this up, we would have definitely been able to kill the boss the normal way, by the way. But like, I want to do this just for the fundies and for the science. I didn't manage to change my angle in time. What did you need to do that again? I thought you'd had to do an attack in the air in the other direction. So like, you do this, and then... That does change my angle a little bit too much. How... There was a trick to doing this, I forgot. Was it change weapons or something? No. There was something you can do to like change your angle as you're leaving, or like turn around rather as you're leaving the ground. And it's not this because this takes away too much of my momentum. Fuck, what was it? Is it blocking maybe? It's not item use, it's not attacks. There was some weird shit you could do. It's not blocking with the shield. It only turns around once I land, right? No, sort of. Let's give it a try with that. That's probably not correct, but just out of curiosity. So the reason I know this is that there used to be a skip you can do in Volcano Manor to get to a slightly further ledge ahead. So what's the plan again? We do this and then we swing at the end? That's not gonna be correct. That does take away too much of my momentum, there's no way that's gonna work. Maybe if my jump angle is good. Like maybe if I jump slightly sideways and then do this, and then at this sort of angle it'll explode me and launch me over? Sure, that seems fine. Do that. Nah. We're not setting this up correctly at all. Fuck it, I give up. Let's go fight. But yeah, there's a skip you can do in Volcano Manor to like pass the one of the bosses in there basically. And the reason that was relevant, is because it guards the Smithing Stone 7 for somber weapons. And if you manage to go through there and do the little skip, you can get your weapon to +7 and then +8. Maybe even +9 after, or +10. I don't quite remember what the upper limit is without doing anything interesting. Or without having to do anything particularly hard. But you can definitely do quite a bit. And they patched it, so the skip no longer is easy. It used to be very easy. There's a bridge, and you can jump off the one of the sides of the bridge. And now you need to do this weird setup with the explodey here, which is where I remembered, or where I learned that trick that I don't remember. What are we doing here? We're definitely using the bubble, but I don't know what other tool we really want. I guess maybe holy damage, since we're buffing with Sacred Blade. Sure, that seems fine. Maybe let's also put on some clothes again. We're gonna be rolling a different outfit every time I change equipment, I think. Although the hat might stay on long term. I almost just autopilot tried to jump again, because hey, my souls are there, right? So clearly this is the path to take. Whoops. That is a neat skip though, I should look that up again, and maybe show that off when we're there. Okay, so plan. We go kill the snail, which shouldn't be that much effort at all, and then we don't die, we don't get one shot, and then we win. Sounds like a good plan to me. He is being very aggressive, that is fine with me. So that's gonna summon these idiots, and I'm just gonna not get hit this time. He's doing it again. No, he's flame spraying. Unfortunate. I thought he was summoning because he was backing off. Oh, fuck me, he just keeps swinging. Okay, fair enough. Hey, he summoned another skull. When did that come out? Or do they just appear in the boss room automatically? Ugh. Man, if only we had found a shortcut jump there, that would have been so sick to be able to just jump down there now and be right back in the boss fight rather than having to run through this entire fucking cave. It's not that bad of a run back, there are definitely worse ones in Souls games, but goddamn. I am happy with the octopus hit though. I am the sort of idiot that once I found the broccoli rune in Bloodborne, I was running the broccoli rune on that character. For the rest of the game, I was just broccoli man. So having weird octopus head suits me just fine. I'm sure there's at least someone in chat that doesn't know what the fuck I'm talking about and is like, what, broccoli man? What? Oh fuck. Yeah, Bloodborne is weird. You should get on it. Take him. Oh, I staggered him. Did that prevent the summon? It did. That's the skull spray. I cancelled it somewhat early, but we're still gonna have to deal with some shit. As long as I'm just sprinting, these guys aren't that big of a problem. The skulls are though, which is not good. Oh, I see. More snails fall down. And they go into rolling immediately, pretty much. Ah, fuck. Try to find an angle to intercept them there. Ooh, that worked out nice. Oh. God damn it. Oh, he actually got 2 skulls from that. That was so fast. That's skulls. Ah, fuck, I didn't quite judge correctly where the snail ended up. I think I still need to kill these. Oh, I missed. That was my chance. We can do that, that's fine with me. I'm running away from those skulls anyway, so... God damn it. There's more snails. Oh shit. I got perfectly roll caught because I needed to roll away from the fucking skulls. The fact that they have different speeds to them with different strength tracking is so nasty as well. God, this is an annoying fight for low HP. Fuck me. I basically cannot take any chance because every single time I get hit by anything, it could be the end, just like right there. I got hit by one auto attack and then were perfectly sandwiched between a fucking roll catch and the fucking skulls homing in. That is not nice, fuck me. Wish my buff lasted a tiny bit longer. But yeah, same if I'm just like swinging at him. If I keep swinging at him and we trade, that is pretty close to being death immediately. And then I'm on the back foot. If there's a snail around, it just rolls into me, I die. If there's a skull hitting me, I just die. Oh my god, I almost died. If I don't jump there, I also die. So many ways to die in this game. Oh, it cancelled my drink. Alright, here we go. The fact that the skulls come out so quickly, that he gets 2 skulls from... Yeah, I died. I tried to run around it. Piss. Like, the first skull comes out so fucking fast, and I have literally no way of dealing. Oh, actually, it just clicked in my head. That might be considered magic, so I might be able to carry in retaliation out. That's gonna be a little dicey because this guy keeps being on the aggressive right behind the skulls, so if I parry them, then I might not have time to deal with his ass attacking me right away. But I do wanna give that a try at least. That might help me out a lot here. I am finally remembering to assign one blue Estos, because having at least one is pretty handy. There's a lot of instances where you're gonna be using quite a few weapon ords, at least over the course of time. And where it might be beneficial to have at least one refill, even if you're not using magic very aggressively. And usually the one Estus flask doesn't make too much of a difference, especially on a low health character, so it's much more likely that I just get one shot or one combo by something rather than that I'm running out of all my 10 Estus flasks. Okay, here's the plan. We run in, we slap the snail. Okay, he's doing some sort of magic, that's fine with me. Oh, sweet, he's two-handing. I can fight him without needing to worry about the skulls for now. Oops, I messed up completely. Oh, I can probably also just parry him, huh? Oh, there's a snail. Oh, what? F. Maybe the strat is actually to parry him as well then. Because then if I'm doing the critical animation, the snails can't get me. There's a chance they perfectly meaty me at the end of that animation, which... I mean, if that happens, I'll just have to take the L, I suppose. But I think that might be the strat then. Because doing that little dance that we did in that previous attempt, where we were alive for like 18 minutes and we just couldn't kill him because there's no attack opportunities, because he keeps shitting out skulls and then add spawn automatically without his doing anything, then we're just gonna die eventually anyway, so may as well risk a little bit more on the parries and see if we can just get him killed a little faster. I do want to kill the first snail, I reckon. That one is pretty quick and easy, that feels consistent. Alright, let's see. Whoa. Nah. I do not know if flail moves are there. Oh god, he hyper armored too loud. Or close to that really. No. Hey, we actually prevented him from getting any skulls there, how nice. Did get two there, even though he did that point blank in my face. Okay, we can carry in retaliation now, and that will help kill the snails, that's right. Don't get hit by that. Oh! Ah, piss. Oh, that was a greedy heal. Oh, I did something dumb. Very good. Okay, yeah, that is the main risk of using... Oh, there's another snail already. Fuck. That's the main risk of using carry and retaliation against the swarm of projectiles, is that you'll parry some of them and then get hit by the rest. So that's exactly what happened there. Unfortunate. So I guess I can only realistically use it when we interrupt him while he summons the Skull Swarm, otherwise we just have to tank it. The thing is, once that happens even a single time, like after he got that full swarm off, I would have to play defense for so long that there's gonna be roughly 800 snails, and then I'll have to try and first of all survive them and kill him despite the swarm and all the snails, or start taking down the fucking snails while he is aggressive and being annoying with more skulls and shit, which is probably gonna be impossible. So I feel like if I don't get like a good sequence of events there fairly early on, then we might be in trouble. Getting caught by the rest, yeah. Thankfully those tend to fire at the same time. The issue with the skulls is that they like swarm out like that and become a little bit less consistently one thing. The carrion projectiles all fly very quickly on their one target. And if you trigger one, you trigger all of them usually. Okay, let's aim. Ah, thank you for missing, because I was not gonna be able to parry a jump attack, weirdly enough. Okay, how did that not... I need the snail. There. It was attacking upstairs, I think. It was still up in the little... I heard it do like a rolling attack, even though it wasn't near me yet, so it must have been trying to hit me from above, where it wasn't actually in range. Oh, that hit me sprinting? Fuck. That's a really bad situation now. Okay, we got away with it. Yeah. Okay, we got one of the snails, and then we got hit by him. That is not manageable. Man, the fucking... I promise you that snail was making attack noises up there and didn't actually come down. I heard the thing for so long, and then it sounded like it was doing an attack, so I'm turning around, where the fuck is the snail? Oh, and only then does it jump down. So I, like, abandoned my attack chain on the big man. Like, I stopped man-fighting him, because I hear the fucking snail showing up. And then the snail isn't actually there yet, because the snail is just hanging out up on the fucking cliff. And I can't ignore the thing either, though, because if I do ignore it and it just randomly rolls into me while I'm trying to find the dude, I'll just get comboed and die most of the fucking time. God damn it. So yeah, carry and retaliation is not the be-all, end-all I solved this entire thing, but it is probably handy for some of those situations. It's better to have it as a tool than to not have it. And I definitely can't just sit there and block the skulls either, I don't think. I think our total health is a little bit too low to take that sort of chip. So it might not be like, oh, I win, all of your projectiles are gone, but it's probably the closest thing we have to dealing with them. Okay, I'm risking it, fuck it. I can't afford to waste too much time because snails. Ooh, that didn't roll catch, I'm okay. Yeah, this one came down so much quicker after it started making noise. The fact that he's doing fucking jump attacks as well, just so I get rolled for trying to parry him, is a little mean. Okay, we managed to prevent him from getting any skulls. There should be a snail showing up soon. I think I hear it. Whoa. Didn't need to be quite this many. Fuck. I was hoping I'd do barely enough damage maybe with the fact that my blade still does holy damage at least by default, but not sacred, so notice. Oh fuck, I'm on the shield. That's gonna be a little slow. Wait, what did he just summon? Why did nothing happen? Oh, did he summon an early snail? Rather than the ghosts? I got destroyed by my lack of spacing. Fuck. Because he did the animation and nothing happened. I was waiting for the skeletons to show up, and he didn't get any skeletons when he did that, like, stomp into the, like, stomp his scepter into the ground thing. Hmm. At the end of the day, this is mostly just, like, trying to roll for reasonable RNG. Taunt Gunflame for meter, fuck. Maybe that made a second snail trigger pretty quickly, because I feel like before that last snail and the second to last snail, there was not a lot of time in between them. So maybe he can actually, like, speed that up. Although that would be weird, because it seemed like exactly the same animation it should. But then the fact that there was no skeletons was also pretty weird, right? So, I don't know. I guess it's more likely that the skeleton thing glitched out rather than them summoning more snails manually. Because they seem to just be hanging out in the area upstairs and are slowly trundling towards the bus room. That wasn't a parry? Are you kidding? God damn it. I was slightly too early, I think, or too late, I think. And then, of course, I immediately had combo to death. It's like, yeah, what is it? What you want? If only my Flamberge was also good at dealing with the snails, then I'd probably use that, because the holy damage is not helping me against the Necromancer pretty much at all. So, like, the Flamberge would help me kill him a lot faster, I reckon. We can also try the Shamshir, I guess, because elemental damage should be fine. That might help me keep up the pressure on the Necromancer, and might actually help me stagger him as well with the Flame Burst thingy. But I do want to be able to kill the snail really quickly. Can I equip both, or is that too heavy load? I need to pay attention because those mobs aggro on me. I couldn't find the Shamshir in time. Where are you? Here. No, that's still medium load. Okay, so we start with a straight sword to kill the first snail, and then we switch over to the Shamshir. And see if we can use that to murder the man. Fuck. Oh my lord, the spacing on this guy. He is actually too good. Okay, how bad is this? Well, if you're leaving and dodging me, then that's very bad. Ah. Dicey situation. That's fine, I think. It's not quite as good as just one-shotting it with a straight sword. Oh, the roll attack is really fast, huh? Fair enough. Nah, didn't get the greedy backstep this time. That was too far. Oh, nice, we got him. Yeah, Shamshir was helping a lot by just being able to be more aggressive. Just the fucking R1 spam on a fucking curved sword is so strong, man. Ugh. The way it moves you forwards while still having pretty good attack speed, and then also pretty good damage with the buff and everything. Curved swords just doing curved swords things, I suppose. Alright, time for the real boss. Is there a Stake of America? No. Yeah, that is the Black Knife Assassin. It's the invisible one we lost. I'm not beating this thing on level 1 right now. We need to get the torch first. I know where to get it as well, I think. Why did I even try to lock on there? That was dumb. Ow. Hey! Give me a second, will you? No, never mind. You didn't even stagger from the flame burst, you dickhead. He got hit by that, and he just killed me immediately afterwards. If this had a Stake of America, I would be much happier sending attempts against this fucker. I wonder if I could parry him. Oh god, Spectacles, why? Why? But yeah, I think the dungeons with a lot of illusory walls are usually the go-to signs for like, hey, there might be an assassin here, Smo. So what you're supposed to be doing is you can get a torch. I think it's called the Sentry's Torch. Flails are unparryable, what? No, they're not. We parried the Necromancer earlier. Didn't we? Wait. We didn't, did we? No, I swear I got him once, at least, right? No? Wrong? Anyway, I meant more like the guys flailing, the invisible, this guy here. Anyway, what you're supposed to be doing is you're supposed to grab the Sentry's Torch, which makes invisible things visible, basically. And then you're supposed to be wearing this in your offhand while you're dealing with this fucker, and then you can kind of see him. It's still a little bit annoying, and he does have the command grab from invisibility, which is extra cheeky. There you are. I have lost him. He's to my right somewhere. There. I was brushing up against him. He actually blocked my movement there for a moment. Ah, fuck. Yeah, see, they have the command grab out of stealth, which is disgusting. Ah, that was the jump attack, I think. Ah, oh, there's another command grab. Fuck me. They did so few of the fucking command grabs when we were fighting them earlier, when they were visible. And now that I just stand around flailing wildly, hoping for the best, they are spamming the shit out of the command grab. But yeah, we can get a torch here somewhere, and then we can wield this on our offhand, and then we can sort of see them and fight this thing normally. Now, I don't think... If you're using a normal build, I don't think these guys are that bad. Yeah, the grab is annoying, but I did this thing, I did this fight the first time without being able to see him, and I think I've done it once or twice afterwards as well. Oh fuck, I'm dead. Oh, I didn't die. So I don't think these guys are that bad if you're having a normal build and you're actually able to maybe like survive a hit or two. But we're definitely gonna be struggling a little bit. I'm gonna do a couple more attempts because I'm curious to see if we have a chance of making this. It's currently not looking great. The Flame Strike is helping a lot. Oh! Fuck. Rolled. Alright, I think that's that. I don't think there's anything else in here. So yeah, like I said, they're usually not that bad. One of their major downsides is that they're fairly flimsy. They are very much the assassin archetype of like pretty tricky with movement, good damage, has the like sneaky backstab, or in this case grab, that will just try to kill you. But they don't live very long if you actually get a couple swings on them. And especially if you have weapons that are wildly flailing, making it so they can't run at you without being occasionally hit or interrupted, then it's not so bad most of the time. In our case, I was just using the Flame Strike to get some AoE coverage. I think the gold fireflies are for making pickled foulfoot, which is technically a good item, but practically not one we're going to be using much. That being said, I tend to not use consumables much at all anyway, so probably shouldn't even be talking that much about it realistically. Hello, random guy. It is weird, isn't it? Just this random guy sitting here with some nascent butterflies? Nascent butterflies are also pretty rare. Did we just kill Mikola? Was that Mikola? Because I think that's his butterflies, right? Oh. There are a couple more things over here. Yeah, we get our first perfumers. I dislike these guys significantly. I think they're very annoying. So what they do is they spray this like weird fiery mist shit at you that does an ass load of damage. And is sometimes a little hard to deal with as well. And there's a couple of them over here. There's also an omen. Hello? Ow. Or, no, you're an omen killer, right? You're not actually an omen. You just have an omen mask to taunt your enemies or something. Please keep not attacking, that's very good. Oh, he got buffed! It ate the 2 swings that probably would have killed him off because he got shield buffed by the fucking perfumer. So that's another thing they can do. They do this little, like, twirly AoE thingy with their hands, and out comes some magic dust that gives a protective shield to their allies in the vicinity. And I risked it there trying to kill the Omen Killer because I was close to him, I still had my Shamshire buffed, and I thought I had an opportunity. But then the heal comes through, or like the clutch shield comes through, and I don't do any damage for 2 swings. So that was a bit sad. God damn it. You stop that. Imagine having range. Alright, let's try to lure this fucker out a little bit further this time. Oi, dick. Yeah. Come hither. That was a good prediction. Nice, gotcha. Was that a rare drop, or does he always drop his entire set there? Surely he drops his entire set there always. Surely I just didn't roll the entire drop table in one dead guy. Surely that's not what happened. Surely he's just scripted to drop those. Oi. Stupid flower. Cease. Wait, that didn't even poison those. Fair enough. I'm not upset, I'm just curious. Didn't expect grass, therefore try rolling. Sure. Now that is not the worst advice, because there is a hidden cellar here. And fun fact, when I first arrived at this place, I didn't know about hidden cellars still on my first playthrough. Like the fact that there are illusory floors, not just walls. And I'm pretty confident there is one here that I just happened to miss and never found on my first playthrough. Yeah, it's right there. It's not actually illusory, it's just wood. Oh, still pretty embarrassing. I tried to roll, but I accidentally hit R1 with my right finger, with my index finger. Instead of rolling, I instead go for another attack and just get hit. Very good. Professional. But yeah, for whatever reason, I'm pretty confident I missed this entire basement, whether it's because I just, like, didn't see it, or I didn't know about it, or whatever, but I did not go in here. Now, when I say this entire basement, I'm making it sound like there's a lot of shit in here. There isn't, it's just a chest, but still, it's a chest that I happen to miss in a very awkward way. The Perfumer's Talisman, there's nothing here, right? Yeah. I also, for some reason, I must have, like, really poorly explored this area on my first time through. We just got the Perfumer's Cookbook earlier over here, which allows us to make Spark Aromatic and Uplifting Aromatic, which are perfumes. So, like, the sort of buff flasks that you can make, or, like, I guess consumables in general, like the little flask thingy that you can make with perfumer stuff. They're pretty good. Uplifting Aromatic is actually a really strong buff that we'll be using at some point, probably. Unless I get too lazy and end up not using consumables, but hey. I also missed that cookbook. For some reason, I managed to, like, perfectly avoid pretty much everything related to crafting perfumer items on my first playthrough. And I did not, like, I beat the game, and I swear to you, I could not make a single perfumer item. I had found the bottles, I just didn't have access to any actual perfumes. And I did not, I was a little confused about that. I just happened to scatter my exploration so well, or like miss exactly the sort of spots that all of the perfumer related recipes and items were missed. Or like not the items, some of the items I had, but like all of the recipes were missed. It's pretty crazy how I managed to do that. I'm very proud of myself. It's not that big of a loss either, to be fair. It's not like I missed out on some sort of major game mechanic. The main thing people do with them is make the uplifting aromatic, because that's the little buff thingy that the guy was also using to buff his teammates. It gives you that, like, one hit of protection, basically, if I recall correctly. And that's the main one people use. That's probably the strongest one. I think there's another one that does something good as well, but overall I wasn't missing out on much. It's just funnily, just a funny coincidence that I happened to miss out on basically an entire mechanic by happening to not explore those exact locations thoroughly enough. Anyway, so here's our extra dungeon. This one is a, like, tomb, as you can tell by the fact that there's, like, this statue up here pointing us to the dungeon, so shouldn't be so bad, or like a catacomb or whatever these are called. There's a thing that turns your body to metal, making most attacks bounce. Yes, true, that's also a perfume. I did not have access to that either. I don't think I would have used it. Like, there's an item in Bloodborne that does the same thing that I never used, so I don't think that would have been high up on my list of items that I would have tried out. Oh yeah, right, we can't teleport. I was like, oh yeah, I've rested, let's go and teleport home so we can spend our money. Instead, let's not do that, let's go outside, so now we can teleport and spend our money. The reason I'm spending my money right now is because we have access to a couple upgrade materials that we can buy.
I've decided, as I mentioned.
Oh yeah, we also need to talk to NPCs because we've reached Altos, so this guy will now fuck off. You have nothing new. I think Rogier might be dead, but we'll find out in a second. I don't think there's anything new here, but we'll give it a look in a second. There's a new guy over in that corner. Do we have a new bell bearing? We do, yeah, Thopes. Very good. Let's see. I actually have a pretty reasonable amount of material, huh? Can never have enough. Let's buy this many, seems good. So this is the loathsome dung eater from the intro, that was good. I'm sure you guys are all well aware of the intro, that was good. He hangs out here with all the corpses, and it's like stinky and bad and terrible. And I don't really know what his deal is. I forgot. I looked up his lore once because I was kind of curious, and I have forgotten all of it. He's weird. He can eat shit as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, he's an asshole. Nope, you're alive. But not really, you're just kind of taking a very difficult poop. So Roderica will now warn us that, like, hey, there's something you should know. Over there on the other side of the dungeon of the Round Table Hold, there's a weird thing. You should keep your distance. She's talking about the Dung Eater. She's like, that guy, bad news. Don't hang out with that guy. I'm like, yeah, no worries. I would never hang out with that guy. I've already talked to him, by the way, but don't worry about that. He does have a tiny bit of a questline attached to him as well. I don't remember all the details, but there's a couple things. Ah, here we go.
My dear, might I? Could you please?
So, she gives us the Weathered Dagger, and we should look at it and figure out who this belongs to. And we are supposed to give it to the dagger's owner to progress our questline. And I think there's nothing that says I shouldn't be doing this right now. If there is a reason for me not to do this immediately, then I hope Turtle will be like, no, fuck, don't do this, Cube, terrible, don't. But yeah, so this is the dagger. You can see that it's very golden. It was once a special weapon of gold and silver intertwined. Hint, hint. But is now worn down by and marked by a black gash. So there's an NPC here who is very gold and silver intertwined, who has been hanging out here and not really done much of anything. And it's this guy. Hello, D. I have a dagger here for you.
How did you get? Well, I know very. Why don't I return? Good work.
So I don't know what. Oh, sorry, I was trying to rest here. Sorry, my bad. But yeah, I don't know what happened between Fia and him. That like he's like, well, I know whose dagger this is. I'll return the thing. But yeah, we rest and things have occurred. This door is now open. That wasn't open before. We're gonna go check this out, and we'll witness, or like we'll see a murder scene. So that dagger apparently has some death in it because it seems like he got stabbed with it, and he's very dead. We get his armor set, which looks kind of neat. He has some like death shit coming out of him, and some flies and shit immediately. And there's Fia.
Finally, the stolen. Now, though I asked, I am heart.
He's like, oh yeah, I am Fia, get fucked. I leave. Leave a message that like, I am for those who live in death, something something, and she leaves. Definitely never to be seen again. Yeah, that's basically what she's doing right there. You've got it. Never guessed it was D's dagger. See, the thing is, I didn't find out from the item description either, but like you just talk to people in Round Table Hold, and like one of the first people you meet is D, and he's just sitting there like, oh, my dagger. Like he immediately shows up in his dialogue box. So like the game kind of gives it away immediately by just like talking to him and it being an option right away. So it's a little weird. Anything else we need to do here? I don't think Rogier has anything happen to him yet. No, he died. Unfortunate. Goodbye. It is pretty fitting that both of these people who seem to have been friends die at the same stage in progression. Very unfortunate, but we got their bell bearing, so if we happen to miss any of their items from their shops, we can give the bell bearing to the Twin Maidens, and we can then buy their stuff. But we've got all the stuff, so we're good. It is over here, bell bearing shop 1, and then we have D's bell bearing, and we have Rogier's bell bearing, and we have Thop's bell bearing, but we've bought all the things, so not much missed. Another thing that you might have noticed if you're really attentive is that after resting, this guy disappeared. The monkman that was standing over here has gone. He has moved on. He's told us where he was going. He was like, I'm gonna go find the gold mask on the Altar Plateau or something like that, and we'll see him there in a second. Second might be an overstatement, but like soonish. Let's go and upgrade the straight sword. I wanna be able to use the straight sword. Don't take me. Let's see. We don't quite have enough to bring this to +9. We could upgrade 2 weapons to +12 though, and I think the Shamshire is definitely at the top of my list right now. That thing has been very, very, very helpful. What would be the other weapon? Probably the Flamberge. That's been my second most used weapon. However, that's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? One of the reasons why I've been using the Flamberge and the Shamshire is because I've upgraded those before. So, fuck it, let's commit. Two-star problem is staying alive around here. Smiths seem to be a general exception for people dying in these games. It's funny you say that. There's a Smith that will, break your thing later, your theory there. Test the bandit sword. I could do that. Yeah, that's a good shot. Let's upgrade it to like +6 or whatever we have easy access to. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's head over here to our weapon testing grounds. Not sure why I fully unequipped it, but fuck it. Okay, here we go. So this is what we're supposed to be doing, huh? That is a pretty big sword. That is the Twin Blade moveset. Like, that's just the Cell Sword Twin Blades, isn't it? Like, that's 1-to-1. Does this work? No, it doesn't, Shine. So there's a weird issue. If you buff a weapon, like if I use this skill now, this will cover my sword in flames. If I don't unequip it, but rather two-hand my offhand sword, the buff goes away. Which is a little bit of a shame. There is a way if you have 2 different weapons with 2 different buffs, like if I gave this cold, for example, and used the freezing mist thing, I can start with that one for some reason. Like if I do this to buff this sword, and then go here, and then do this, and buff the other sword, then I could have both swords buffed at the same time. But if I start by buffing my main hand, it doesn't work, because doing this counts as unequipping the weapon, so it removes the buff, which is a bit of a shame. But yeah, I can see how this would be really good. I'm gonna probably upgrade the Bandit's Curved Sword further as we have access to more materials. I don't know if I'm gonna make it a priority, but I will probably end up using that thing. We could do Frost on it, actually. That would be kind of cool, wouldn't it? So this one doesn't have a buff. This is for Frost Stomp, by the way, which is also pretty good. It used to be Giga OP. It's now only pretty good, I think. But yeah, now we have a like duo of swords, and one of it is like cold, and the other does fire. You might be like, that sounds dumb. It does kind of sound dumb. If you hit someone that is frostbitten, like that has the ice debuff fully on them, with a fire effect, it will immediately cleanse the fire effect. Or, it will immediately cleanse the frost effect. So you don't get much benefit from the debuff that's on the opponent. However, it does allow you to build up frost again immediately. Normally, while they're afflicted by frost, they can't get frosted again, because the thing is already active on them. It's like trying to poison someone that's already poisoned, it just doesn't work. But if we hit them with fire, it will immediately cleanse the... Oh, I hit the wall, goodbye. New weapon sucks, unplayable. But yeah, if we hit them with a source of fire, it'll immediately cleanse the frostbite effect, which will allow us to then in turn proc it again. Yeah, this is just straight up the Sellsword Twin Blades. This feels... I mean, we're on a level 1 run in a game that's gonna become very difficult towards the end of it, so I'm not gonna complain too much about it feeling a little cheesy. But I predict us feeling a little cheesy towards the end, when we're upgrading this fully. Ow. Fuck it, I should've just swung. Oh, hi. That hit me! Wow, active frames. Yeah, nice jump. I couldn't roll. Unlucky. You know what? Here, have those. He doesn't stagger, he doesn't give a shit, I died. Because that wall catches. Okay, the fact that the Flame Burst plus follow-up swing didn't make him stagger does actually surprise me a little bit. That is a shit ton of poise damage. Like, even just the flames themselves usually stagger most enemies out of their attacks, even if they're doing something fairly girthy. And then also following it up with a heavy attack is, that usually did it to most people that we were fighting. That guy did not care. Naked Monster Man is like, nah, I'm built different. So if you've ever seen Dark Souls 3 speedruns, you probably have seen basically this weapon. You'll have seen Naked Man running around with 2 of these, dealing absurd damage. And by 2 of these, I mean with this like duo of curved swords pretty much. Except it's like, oh wow, I got double hit by that. That was 2 instances of damage, I think. Huh. But yeah, there's the Sellsword Twin Blades, is what they're called in Dark Souls 3. It's one of the starting items for one of the classes, actually, or starting weapons. And if you upgrade them, they scale incredibly well with dexterity, and they absolutely shred. Now, we won't be able to make ours scale with anything, because we're kind of level 1 low. But it seems like it's gonna do just fine. Like, my second sword is only halfway upgraded to what I can make happen right now. And it's still doing pretty good fucking damage. Oh god, dude, I hate these things so much. Hey asshole, I'm back. Destroyed. Okay, I thought by the way they said try rolling that it was another one of those weird glitch spots that puts you out of bounds slightly if you roll into them, so I was curious to find out. It was not. Was it Landy flows about your head? Yeah. It's just the big ones. The small ones I don't really give a fuck about. They're fine. They stagger like normal, they don't do that much damage or anything. It's just the big ones having very slow attacks that are really, really, really annoying to predict if you have not like extensively practiced them. And they do a very large amount of damage and they have effectively infinite poise, it seems, so that makes them very unappealing to fight. That roll catches so well. Like, all of the other attacks that this fucker did have like 8 years of wind-up, and that one comes out sort of fast by comparison, and perfectly catches you just rolling away, because for the other attacks you can just keep roll spamming. Ugh. I always dislike complaining about these a little bit, because at the end of the day, it is just a skill issue, completely. Like, I genuinely am just too bad at recognizing which of these attacks are the really slow ones and which ones are the slightly faster ones, and then just, like, dodging appropriately. I'm literally just fucking that up and complaining about it at the end of the day. That is active for a while, though. But yeah, they are not that bad. They shouldn't be that difficult of an enemy type. It's just that I don't know. That whole Giga delayed attacks thing is always something that I'm really, really bad at dealing with in any of these games. And combining that with the near infinite poise is just like, ugh, you know? It makes it so I actually sort of have to deal with it rather than just being able to stagger and kill them. That part of their moveset there is fine, like the jumping attack and the rolling into headbutt and stuff. Like, those I don't mind, it's just the, like, really slow, really long wind-up, very wide sweeping attacks, I feel. Very irritating to me to deal with every time. Kinda no matter the game. Gee, I wonder if these messages are trying to inform me that there's a thing down there that I should be inspecting at some point. Oh, isn't this the area with a bunch of omen just hanging out? I want to say I remember a little... What is this even called? This is kind of like the Roman architecture thingy where they have like indoor gardens. Ah, fuck. Ooh, that reached pretty far. I am on the wrong item. Ah, fuck. There's a follow-up that's pretty fast. I was trying to get the backstab there. Ooh, that was... He was not turning alongside that at all, but his torso was kind of twisted, so I wasn't in the right spot for a backstab. Hey, remember me mentioning that I'm really shit at dealing with omens? I wonder if you can tell by the fact that I'm eating like 800 Estus fast per omen. I don't know why I swung there, that was just about the biggest brain fart I've had yet. I got stuck on that fucking bit of rubble on the ground. I was hoping that would kill, I was tilted. I just wanted to finish him. Goddamn. I was not even trying to roll straight forward, I was trying to go at an angle, but these two fucking sarcophagi on the ground there were perfectly angled to make me not be able to move there. Great. Ugh. These are certainly unsightly catacombs. Not enjoying my time here at all, would not recommend. Let's just ignore this guy, let's see what happens. See if we get away with it. I guess the double swings do eat a bit more stamina than the normal ones. So I guess there's a bit of a downside to using them. Well, I was trying to see the stamina cost and then I realized, oh yeah, right. Oh yeah, the double hitting running attack as well. Maybe I should put bleed on these suckers, honestly. Oops. These with These with bleed both might go crazy. That was a hard sentence, I'm sorry. Winged misbegotten ashes. So the omen is over there on the other side. Not sure if we can just walk over if there's a path of some variety. No, it looks like we can just walk over, fair enough. You didn't notice it. Actually, I don't want you to fall down, so we'll just do this. Would have been really funny if you had just fallen down anyway. Yeah, it would have been so fucking funny. Prattling paid apologies as he's falling down after I was hoping he wouldn't fall down. It's just... delicious. Ooh, boy, I should have died there. I got so lucky on that last hitbox. I accidentally sprinted, so I couldn't roll. I really need a better strat for these. Or like much more practice. Let's see. Come over here. That looks pretty good. Does need me to have a tiny bit of room so I can just sprint around him, but that seems pretty good to me. Alright, here's our boss. Let's hope we just first try this guy, although there might be a stake of Marika over here. These usually have stakes. Don't see the icon, that might not have a stake of Marika. What are we dealing with? Oh, I see him. I couldn't roll in time, fuck, I'm slow. Need that fucking melee player execution. Oh! Okay. Please have a stack of Marika that I just don't see. Oh my god, why? Why, game? Please. You have this really cool checkpoint system that is actually really nice and really handy. Please use it. Is that too much to ask for? Have we been down there? Oh yeah, I think that's just where the thing is. The switch and the door forward. Yeah, this just goes in one big loop. Ooh, you're still right behind me. Thought you had given up by now. My bad. The fucking Omen doesn't even jump down if you just run through. What the hell? Alright, why do you do that from full screen, Perfumer Trisha? I don't have stamina? Okay. God damn. This bodyguard is doing... Oh, I couldn't sprint away in time. Yeah. God, that killed me through my bubble so quickly. That overhead did like 90%, nah, not quite, 70% of my life through the fucking bubble. That's crazy. Yeah, they're pretty easy if they're at all separated from each other, so we just need to get that attempt where we find an opening and get in there. The Perfumer dies really, really quickly. Curious about is whether it's just better to leave Frostbite on damage-wise. That will very heavily depend on how quickly you can proc it again, and what sort of enemy you're fighting. If you're fighting something with like sort of low health, then yeah, it's definitely better to leave it on. But if you're fighting something with really, really high health, where the percentage damage matters a lot, then it's probably better to keep repeatedly proccing it. Like, we were fighting Moog with Turtle and me, and in multiplayer with me having low stats, low damage, that sort of thing. And there, any sort of percentage-based damage, because of the extra health that he got, was really, really nice. Similarly, when we were doing the on the co-op mod, when Bengo was streaming that, we did a Godskin Apostle that we were way under-leveled for, with 4 people, and his HP was crazy. And any sort of percentage-based thing there, like me proccing Frostbite on it or something, was always really, really nice. Oh, goddamn. I really do need to find a way to get on the offensive here. Need to weaken one's damage with Frost. See, that makes sense if you're looking at it from the perspective of a high-level character. For a low-level character, I don't think there's gonna be much scaling happening, so I don't think I'm gonna weaken my damage that much by using Frost. Unless I'm fighting something that's giga-resistant to magic damage, of course, but I don't think I'll be pushing my numbers up high enough through scaling that it's gonna matter too much. Well, the 20% damage buff only exists when I do have cold on it, so the scaling and the damage buff need to be together. So like, oh, you're losing damage from having the cold damage, or like having one weapon on cold is not compatible with you're also getting 20% extra damage. If you know what I mean. I'm phrasing this horribly, but... Oh, I mean, I was gonna have fire on one weapon anyway. Like, fire is a really, really handy damage type to have. Not for every encounter, of course, but like... We've been getting a lot of value from having a fire damage source. If I was a little bit more confident, I wonder if it's actually better to fight the Misbegotten. Oh, I can't sprint that. That is so irritating. Oh, and the fact that it one-shots me at all times is also really ass. But yeah, I think this run is going to feature a lot of mixed damage weapons. I don't think we're going to be doing that much with pure physical. Pure physical only, I mean, I'm kind of assuming a lot here. I haven't actually done testing or run that many numbers or any of that sort of shit, so from my instinct and experience with previous Souls games, I'm expecting to be using a lot of mixed damage weapons anyway. I don't think we're going to be able to scale our raw physical damage high enough to the point where we're going to be using, like, a quality weapon or even just like a normal standard weapon or heavy or whatever all that much. So I think we're almost always going to be using some form of, like, holy or cold or fire or whatever, because I won't be able to get my stats up high enough to benefit from the scaling that makes physical damage good. The most likely, most common thing we're gonna run into, in my opinion, is gonna be a shit ton of bleed. Bleed is probably gonna be the main key to victory. Yeah, Performer is pretty inconsistent with doing that though. Like she almost died in that. I need to actually focus on the fight and stop rambling. This is gonna be really difficult. But at the same time, I'm so kind of inconvenienced by the fact that everything one-shots me here that I'm also not really looking forward to focusing. I don't want to focus because this is not fun. So, I don't know. Let's see. We're not doing this. I think that's not worth... We might do this and just try to make the best out of the hit and run. Actually... no, we are going to do this actually, because I think the multi-hits from the running attack are going to be really good. This hits 4 times, I think, and 2 of those are going to eat the bubble, and then the rest is going to do damage. In general, the fucking Perfumer takes so much damage if we could just get any sort of hits on it. I think I just have to do a couple runs and send it a couple times. I'm not going to completely ignore the Misbegotten, of course, because it just does too much damage and kills us too quickly, but I will probably just have to send a couple runs until we get lucky and kill the Perfumer, and then I just have to be really good and not die to the Misbegotten, which I'm really bad at, so... We did have that little practice against the normal Misbegotten, like the actual boss, before. In Castle Morn, so... It shouldn't be that bad. But yeah, I'm expecting to be using a lot of mixed damage weapons, because I don't think I'll be able to get my raw damage scaling up high enough to be using much physical. There's an argument to be made occasionally about, like, getting a buff spell, because some of those have fairly low requirements. That is so mean that he did so many quick, easy attacks there, easy to hit attacks there, because that procced my bubble for basically free. I didn't reach. Oh, I did, nice. That was so lucky. Oh, you're running away! That's so cheeky. I died. Fuck, I didn't remember that was gonna have a follow-up. I didn't recognize that attack from that angle. Oh, the fact that it's running away is so mean. Or that she's running away with her. God damn it. But yeah, I think we can do this. It's just gonna take a couple tries until we get the fight to go our way. But yeah, so using fire is gonna be good, using lightning is gonna be fine. Cold is gonna be good mostly for the proc and also having magic damage source, which I don't think there's much that is weak to magic damage, but just having a bit of variety is probably not so bad. And then bleed is gonna be mostly king towards the end of the game, I reckon. Yeah, I've said before, basically whenever I undress and then redress, like whenever I think I need to light roll and take all my stuff off and then go back to medium rolling later, I tend to just put on whatever, unless I have like a predefined outfit that I want to be running. I think I'm gonna pre-buff actually. This buff lasts a while, and I don't think we have much time in the actual fight. I don't know if we can maybe stagger the Misbegotten, but we might be able to, I don't know. Ooh. No. I don't know why he healed there. We don't have the shield talisman yet, so that heal was stupid. Gonna run in there to bait a close range attack, and that didn't do a close range attack. To unlock, okay. So we go in, hopefully you do something close range. Ah, that is, oh, that was slightly too early. I hate how fucking different your overhead timings are. Some of the jumps with follow-ups have different timings, like this fucking thing that killed me there has different timings to the other overhead shit that he was doing before. And I need to actually perfectly recognize which of the fucking chains and which of the fucking follow-ups it is. Because it will fucking one-shot me, which is irritating. I need this fucking talisman. I should look up where the fuck it is. I think it's in Lanedale, which will make this awkward, but I might beeline for Lanedale and get that fucking talisman. I hate getting one-shot. It's my least favorite thing in these games. With the asterisk of some one-shots are fine if it's like a mechanic or an obviously avoidable major boss move or something. Yes, the ritual shield talisman. We'll probably never take that off once we get a tiny bit further into the game. I remember reading that it's in Lanedale, or I remember someone saying that it's in Lanedale, but I haven't bothered to check. But I think it's in Lanedale, which will be annoying because that is going to be a little bit of a walk that I don't just want to beeline for. That, see, like, whatever. That was not a chain, you just did that individually and moved on with your life? They could. You move away. Overhead, that is very slow. Okay, if he does the like ground slide thingy, the overhead is very slow. That's the... he doesn't do the second one this time. Ooh. I wanted to go for the swing there, but I decided to play it safe. I think I could have gotten away with it too. Come on, hit me. I'm trying to bait a close range attack, hoping that it doesn't move him as far forward as most of his long range attacks do. But I mean, it seems to not really matter too much with him. That is very slow overhead. We learned this a second ago. Ah, I can't see. Oh. Later Lanedale. Could you specify that a little bit? Because what might be later Lanedale to you might be something where I'm like, yeah, I can get that, that's not a problem. I should have rolled into him. I didn't understand what attack he was doing, that the fucking dash sideways attacks have such slow follow-ups. I should also stop reading chat and doing this sort of dumb-ass fucking bullshit if I'm doing something that's actually difficult, and just focus on the fucking fight, stupid ADHD brain. Stop trying to do everything at once. Oh, not that light, just before the Colosseum. Yeah, see, that I can just literally just run there once I'm in Lanedale. And getting to Lanedale is probably not gonna be that much of a problem with like one asterisk. I don't know how afraid I'm supposed to be of the Draconian Sentinel or whatever the fuck they're called. I think their moveset isn't that complicated once you've fought the Night Guys a couple times. We will probably be one-shot to just about everything though, which is a little irritating. One of the reasons I don't want to bum rush to Lanedale though is that we're gonna kind of miss out on some shit. I feel like it ruins part of the vibe of exploring Altos if you just bum rush to the fucking capital and try to get in there as quickly as possible. That was so cheeky that you decide to start. Why am I on the fucking dart? Yeah, cool. Thank you. Why the fuck was I on the dart? Oh yeah, I was spamming buttons earlier. Right. I need to just unequip the garbage that I'm not using. I should just only have the Crimson Estus Flask equipped. Here we go. Words. I'm definitely not getting a little annoyed and a little frustrated with this garbage. Again, if they just put a stack of Marika there so I can just send attempts, that would be nice. That would be making this a lot more enjoyable. But no, we have to run through this fucking garbage every single fucking time. It's not hard, it's literally just a waste of time. But we all have infinite free times in our lives, so this is not a problem. Also seems like not that much of this thunderstorm that was announced and warned about and shit has actually happened. I haven't heard shit, I haven't noticed that much flashing. It's not really any major rain, downpour shenanigans happening either, so it's probably just gonna be giga humid and complete ass tomorrow. Hell yeah. Yeah, the fucking immediate flame spray is so toxic, because that means I can't approach. The Misbegotten was actually giving me a good opening there, like a good pattern. And I genuinely can't take advantage because you're standing there at full range and using the AoE flame spray in front of you like a fucking shield. I literally cannot turn the camera fast enough there to keep track of what's going on. Thank you, video game. Okay, we got lucky. Fuck. That should be far enough. I thought I could roll in time. I cannot track him. Cube, it's not a problem, just lock on, then the camera keeps track of him at all times, no problem. First of all, that's not gonna be very good in a fucking tiny area like this. The camera is definitely not gonna be fucking the wall at all times. But also, I need to keep track of where the fucking perfumer is. So this guy having moves that make him jump all around me and behind me and to the side and everywhere is literally just extra irritation. Because it is impossible to fucking turn the camera fast enough to keep track of him, especially in a tight fucking quarters like that. So, yeah, lock-on is not gonna be that great unless I wanna blindly guess where the fuck the dumbass perfumer is at all times. Which, by the way, can also just murder me because this fucking flame spray does giga damage as we've found out before. Sorry this set has turned so whingy, but having two really frustrating dungeons in a row without stakes of Marika in either of them is just not a good recipe to make for a happy cube. He stopped perfectly outside of the AoE. He was sprinting towards me at the start of the fucking fight. You cancelled your chain half- oh, I died. You cancelled your chain halfway through to instead go into the roar. This was such a cursed fucking attempt. The perfumer runs at me to be aggressive and fight me, only to stop outside of their own attack range, and mine, and waste my fucking time and opportunity, and then the fucking dickhead Misbegotten charges me, does his chain, cancels it halfway through into a different chain and kills me. Like, yeah, cool. Thanks. Love that for me. I do like rolling RNG AI behavior and just coming up snake eyes all the time. It's very fun. Love that for me. I hate you so much. I could've rolled it on reaction, but I'm just running and sweating and being annoyed. She does it again. Hey, I guessed that timing correctly, let's go. Wish I didn't have to guess it, but just being able to see both bosses at once. But we sadly do not have zoom out technology. That is stealth, yep, goodbye. Okay, memes aside, let's put the fucking Vigor hat back on and see if that gives us enough HP to maybe survive a swing. Let's try to min-max this a tiny bit. Much as I hate to do it. We actually have quite a bit of wiggle room here in terms of weight. Neat. Good thing these curved swords are so light. Anything else I can do here? Probably not. We could start buffing with crap, but I don't want more shit on my hotbar because I'll just inadvertently change over to it at the worst possible time. And then not be able to heal when I need to. The armor goes pretty well with the hood. At least in this lighting it looks like pretty much the same color. Oh, I forgot to rest after changing my hood, so I'm missing a tiny point of HP. We'll probably just get hit on the way there anyway, and then we need to heal anyway. See, I'm on the wrong item. Very good. That's the very slow one. And I immediately get comboed by the fastest attack the Perfumer has in their entire arsenal at the perfect time. Very cool. I wish I would feel like that. I feel mostly that inside. And hot. Very fucking hot. Goddamn. You know, the worst part about wielding two swords at once, or like two weapons, is that you can't spam the block button while you're idly running somewhere to pass the time. Like, usually I'd be spamming the shield button and just go like block, 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 block while running somewhere. Can't do that because instead I'll attack with that button. Unplayable. Hey, let's try not to use another prone right away again this time. So we use the thing and then we switch away from the thing. Here we go. We did it. Cool. Gaming. Could not recover in time. They can get away from that, yeah, barely. That was the fast jumping attack, I think I guessed that correctly. Ah, fuck me. Oh, that timing is just slow enough that I can't roll that. Oh, I hate it. Hey, we're out of consumables soon, then we'll have to go buy more. Isn't that a fantastic mechanic? At least we don't have to farm it like Blood Vials and Bloodborne, because that was a fucking genius mechanic. But yeah, having to go buy more shot and interrupt whatever the fuck we were doing is gonna be fantastic. I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to doing that a lot in the later stages of the game where we'll have to buff for every fight, for every attempt. Kinda surprised I rolled that on time. I was a little bit too pissed to actually care, but then I pressed the button anyway and it barely came out in time. I was kinda looking for more opportunities to be annoyed. The worst part is that it's not gonna feel satisfying to defeat these because it's literally just RNG. That is so delayed, and then that jumping over it is so fast afterwards. The moveset is barely fine if you're fighting him 1v1, but if you're in an area where you're basically getting one-shot to almost everything, as soon as your buff runs out anyway, and you don't get to just focus on him, so you literally can't look at him, and literally don't get to fucking identify what attacks he does, because there's 2 enemies that you need to pay attention to. In a tiny fucking area like this, it just becomes genuinely fucking stupid. Ugh, what an annoying ass fight. It's almost like you're not meant to be playing this game at level 1 and without spirit summons and shit like that. Weird. Yeah, I could also go get the Mimic here and make the game completely free. Or level, or, I don't know, summon players. So, nay, I will not. At least for now. We might in, like, super late stages of the game where everything does become unbearably short. But for now, I think this is in reach. It's just, like, the irritation of having to run all the way over here is just fucking draining my soul. If they just put a Stake of America here like they have in 99.9% of dungeons, and for good reason, then this would be so much less of a pain. But essentially, the fucking duo fight is so AI RNG heavy that I need to just keep sending attempts, and to send attempts I have to run through the entire dungeon every time, and my fucking thumb is hurting from holding down the fucking sprint button in the weird claw grip that you have to do in Souls games. And then this shit happens, where he does the super delayed dash attack into the super fast overhead, and you just have to guess the timing because his dash puts him off camera. And I'm just not happy. Okay, that was really good. He stood there and just idled for a bit. I rolled early, but we're getting away with it for now. I rolled early, but we get to try twice. Oh fuck, I forgot about that. I barely didn't get one shot. Oh boy. Oh my god, can you just once do an attack that is actually avoidable through sheer movement? No, just literally every single swipe has to be dodged, because making the boss be able to move across the entire stage in 1 single second is good game design. Yeah, cool. Oh my motherfucking god! Why does literally all of his fucking moves spam the entire fucking region that you can't walk away from him? I wonder if you can parry him. You probably can. That might be the easy way of dealing with him. Well, it's the stuff that I've been talking about before, although that might have been during the DLC, so this might not have been something I've been rambling about. But like, the thing is that the overall level of aggression is just so high that a lot of the time, the moment you fall behind, you're dying, or like, you're not recovering, basically, is the main issue. Like, you just kinda, once you're in that position where, oh fuck, I need to heal, even avoiding one attack entirely is often not good enough to let you get a heal in. And in this case, for this boss, I genuinely couldn't tell you which of his attack chains are slow enough that if I avoid it in its entirety, I can get a heal afterwards. Like, I genuinely could not tell if there even is one that is slow enough so you can actually heal, even though you fully dodged the thing, so it just feels a little frustrating. They do that a little better in the DLC, and that's probably where I talked about that before, in that a lot of the time the bosses there have, like, fairly strong moves that are really difficult to deal with, but, like, if you successfully do completely dodge one or deal with one, you usually are rewarded with at least one decent punish or a heal of choice. There are some where you don't just get to heal freely, but, like, most of the time, if you successfully dodge something, you get something out of it, and that feels good. Whereas this fucker is just so hyper-aggressive that you very often don't get anything. Yeah, that's too far. Like, that move covers the entire map, followed by a lunge that covers the entire map. This is the very slow one. I get a heal here, okay, that's good to know. Which basically means that if I want to heal safely, I have to wait for him to do that move and just play safe and defensively until then. And then I can heal, which, like, I don't know. Ah, fuck. that one as well? Yeah, that one as well, okay, good. So I just rolled really poorly on that last attempt, and he kept doing shit where I couldn't heal. That's the one I said I could heal, here we go. Oh, that is so fast, fuck. That one is also fine. Yeah, we just rolled really poorly on that last attempt, let's go. Ah, fuck. That... He didn't do that last jump after the double swipes in at least 10 attempts. I haven't seen that in such a long time. And in that exact moment, he pulls it out after I got hit uphill on the fucking garbage attack there at the end. That is very unfortunate. I think I know yeah, I taught myself before. Right, Quario? Hello, hello. Yeah, I tend to swear in situations like that because I'm upset. Can't help it. So if upsetting, but I will probably not be able to change that. Just in situations like that, it just pours out. He just has a hand that you heal as a punish in general. Yeah, I mean, as we just saw here, it's just that I got really unlucky with the fucking attacks he rolled there. Which is part of why I said earlier, it'll just feel super unsatisfying, because at the end of the day, whether I get this or not is very heavily luck dependent. The reason I got to kill the fucking Perfumer again this time is because I once again had a massive opening where the Misbegotten decided, oh, I'm not gonna fight you for a bit, feel free to kill my friend, that's fine, I don't mind. And as a result, I just got to kill their friend and was fine, and that worked out for me, and that's what happened in the previous attempt as well, where I got to kill the Perfumer. And then for the actual fight with the Misbegotten, it also once again seems to be pretty much depending on like which attacks that they choose to do. Stuff like this, which reaches super fucking far, is super fucking fast, and gets me killed immediately, or stuff that I can actually do. I don't know. Like, the fact that I sat there and said I have no idea if there even is an attack where I can heal in peace is absurd, given that in that next attempt, right after, I had at least 3 different attacks identified where I could guaranteed heal. So, it's just kind of depending on what the fucking AI decides to roll, so I don't know. But yeah, I feel like I'm not gonna win this by, oh, I got really good, I'm really outscaling this. I actually practiced and I played so much better, but rather purely by just sending attempts until I get, like, good enough RNG to kill the fucking Perfumer, and then don't get rolled on the actual Misbegotten food. But yeah, changing to slightly higher physical def and getting the 1 point of extra vigor from the hut is super helpful. That does put me barely out of one-shot range for now. Funnily enough, it doesn't change that much, because in a lot of instances, when he hits me, he will hit me a second time anyway, but oh well. That's a good attack for me. Ah, that is a really bad attack for me. Never mind. I identified the really slow one, let's go. Oh, he did- wait, he didn't do the fast overhead after the dash attack! Why- he did something giga slow there. I saw him do the sidewards jump into side sweep that he does, and he didn't do the fast follow-up that he likes to do. Instead, he fucking did something super slow, which roll caught me and killed me. And I obviously had to 100% guess because he was completely off screen. And there's not much I can do about that. That was cool. Thank you. Thank you. Love that for you, Misbegotten, that you can do shit like that. It's very fun. But yeah, the Perfumer also choosing to attack at various times rather than just hang back or do the buff is gonna be a little bit more frustrating as well. That's not gonna make it much easier. It kind of exacerbates the issue with the fact that the fight is already pretty random and pretty AI reliant, like pretty reliant on the AI rolling something they can actually deal with. Because at the end of the day, the Perfumer can decide to like run up to me and try to fight me, like now, or it can literally decide to run away from me to try and stay alive. And that is such a vast discrepancy. It can stand far away and do like the buff, it can stand far away and throw fire, or it can run close and do the shield thing twice in a row, like there. Like... Yeah, okay, he managed to path perfectly around the pillar mid-air. I thought the pillar was blocking him there for me. I shouldn't have healed, my bad. God, this has been such a shit day in general. Oh well. Yeah, I'll stop whinging, fuck it. It's unrelated to shit happening in the game. Man, we've made absolutely zero progress today. We went through the fucking tunnel, and this is our second dungeon that we did in the new area. Very cool. I'll probably be here for another like half an hour to an hour, and then we'll finally beat it, and I'll be like, yep, that was super unsatisfying and a complete waste of my fucking time. So that's gonna be a sick set. Need to step away because that is... managed to barely steer away from almost certain doom there. The fact that he just sometimes doesn't do his follow-ups is so weird. I don't understand, man. He has giga range on every one of his moves, and sometimes he's like, nah, you're fine, just feel free, I'm not gonna bother you. He didn't do the overhead jump this time. He didn't do the second jump this time, even though I'm in range. He didn't do the double claw swipe that he likes to do there. Couldn't go that in time. Didn't do the overhead again that he killed me with in that other attempt. That's the stamp thing. Yeah. That's greedy. How do I avoid that in that corner? It's a double swipe too, so I can't even roll through him there, I don't think. Don't think enemies should have as much air control as they sometimes do in this game. I mean, I think ever since Dark Souls 2 turned that into an absolute meme, they just kind of stuck with that, right? Dark Souls 2 has that thing where enemies, like phantoms, will do a jump attack at you and literally do a full 180-degree turn in mid-air for a jumping attack, so I think ever since then, they've decided, nah, angles should not really matter for enemies, they just, like, a lot of the time will turn like crazy. The most annoying part about that isn't so much the fact that sometimes they have so much air control or like turn so well, but rather that it's so inconsistent. Like you'll be fighting an enemy and for some of its attacks it turns on a fucking dime and just tracks you perfectly. And for other attacks it will turn basically not at all, so you can very easily strafe behind it and get a backstab. So I don't know. For me it's more the inconsistency. In this specific fight, it feels like, or like for the Misbegotten in general, I should say, because it's not this specific fight, but like Misbegottens in general, unfortunately, because there's a lot of them, or at least a few of them. It's the fact that they feel like they're designed for a big fucking vast open field against a really fast enemy. However, the player is usually not that fast, and at least in some of these encounters, you're not actually in a vast open field where you have that much room to maneuver. Like, they have attacks that have insane gap closing potential, and track really well, as though you're fighting them on horseback or something. But you're never actually fighting them on horseback, I don't think. Yeah, like... So even if you were to be able to just focus all your attention on this guy, there is basically no spot in this entire room, regardless of where he is standing, where you're ever actually safe from him launching himself at you with either a gap closer attack or even just part of his chain. The part that I find irritating about that is I don't mind if the first attack of the chain is a gap closer, like if they decide, oh, I'm doing like a sprinting attack into a couple swings. That's fine with me. The thing that frustrates me about the Misbegotten is that his initial attack will be a gap closer, sure, he'll just pull up and start hitting you. But the follow-up attacks are also gap closers. He still fucking launches himself after you. You can't just outspace it. And then also, often, he does arbitrarily decide, oh, I'm going to do a jump attack overhead finisher at the end of it. Which often also launches him quite far and tracks reasonably well. And you can't really reliably predict when he's going to actually fully do the or like commit to the chain to the point where he does the overhead or not. So if you always did the overhead, that would be a free punish every time, because generally they're not that difficult to deal with. But the fact that they sometimes do and sometimes don't just makes it so that it's really difficult to predict what the fuck is gonna happen and what the fuck you can do. And being difficult to predict makes it really difficult to fight when you can't focus your camera on them for some weird reason. That was a fantastic series. That was just about the biggest RNG I could have gotten. In terms of what the Misbegotten did there as his attacks of choice. I can't believe that didn't hit me, that was super lucky. Oh, that just cost me my bubble, the fact that he roared while I was next to him. I rolled too early. It's the double swing, no overhead though, so I'm gonna get... No, I didn't get heal punished because he chose to just walk. I'm gonna get hit here. Oh no, I rolled the first one so early, that was fine. Never mind. No follow-up. I had to drink there late because I... See, that's what I mean. He is in range. I am point blank. He does the thing that has a follow-up overhead jump. If I drink immediately, the follow-up overhead will fucking hit me and probably kill me. If I don't drink immediately, the follow-up attack that he starts afterwards will catch me and punish me for drinking too late. So I literally can't take advantage of my opening there, even though that technically is an opening. Because he completely randomly, to my knowledge, rolls which of the fucking... or like whether or not he will do a follow-up to that. If he just always did the full chain, like most of the good bosses and enemies in this fucking game do, you could predict how far you have to do, how far you have to dodge, how long you have to be evasive for, and when is your window to punish or do something. But no, he decides, I'm gonna commit, and sometimes you get hit, and oh no, I'm not gonna commit, and I'm gonna start a new chain. So you sit there waiting like an idiot for an attack that doesn't come, and he instead starts his next chain. And if you're trying to use that time to run away or space yourself, because that would normally be the answer to something like that. See, if you're fighting a normal enemy that doesn't have insane gap closers, if they decide to stop their chain early, you would just walk away, and then they'd have to either do their gap closer, or you would have enough distance to then heal anyway, even if they decided to try and attack you, because, hey, distance matters usually. But no, he doesn't do that. His fucking gap closers are insane. His chains have insane gap closing potential as well. Yeah, he didn't do the follow-up again. I don't know what triggers him to do that or not do that. I am getting so greedy and so lucky, but it worked out. I don't have time to kill him here, and I need to dodge the potential fast overhead. I was too early still, fuck, I'm okay. I took that trade there thinking that I would kill the perfumer for it, but nope. Ah, fuck, I had to risk it there, I think. That was a really good opportunity, but the perfumer just kept swinging random flame sprays, so it's just pretty much dead. And I think that mostly started in DS3. I don't remember it being that much of an issue in Dark Souls 3 personally. I don't think let me see. Yeah, I can't really come up with an enemy that does that in Dark Souls 3. I've gotten a bit too cheeky with enemies being unpredictable in DS3 and Elden Ring. Yeah. I mean, the main argument for and against that, to like bring it back down to reasonable levels instead of just Cubus whinging, the main argument against that is, well, so what? You're not necessarily meant to have every fight be this fair mano a mano, I perfectly dance around your attacks thing. You're supposed to be using Spirit Ashes, you're supposed to be using strong equipment and levels and items, and maybe even have friends help you out. You're supposed to be using like all your tools, all your consumables, that sort of shit. And if you do that, then that would mitigate that issue a lot. Like, oh, enemy is really fast, really difficult to predict, or oh, it's a 2v1, well, just, you should be summoning your friends. What are you doing, idiot? And I think that's ultimately a pretty fair point. Like, a lot of the criticism about that is heavily mitigated by actually using the game mechanics. That's not to say it's perfectly fine or excusable. Like, or, well, it is excusable in my opinion, but like, not to say it's like perfectly fine or great design or whatever. But like, if you're not looking at it as like, oh, this is supposed to be like a fair, fun, intense challenge of my skills or some shit, but rather like, hey, this is an adventure game and this boss is trying to kill me or whatever, I think it works much better and clicks into place much better, and is ultimately a lot less frustrating. So it's morons like me doing stuff like this that will make the fight seem extra ass and extra arbitrary, rather than mostly fine. Spirit Ashes bosses sometimes react very strangely to multiple opponents, so they're trying to bring faster pace to themselves against fairness. mostly handled it okay. I'd love to use Spirit Ashes. Sometimes I feel like they get easier for the wrong reasons. Yeah, that's also my main opinion on the Spirit Ashes. I'm sorry, I'll try to respond to both of you, but I can only do one at a time. The Spirit Ashes, the main reason why I'm not using them usually is that even if the Spirit Ash itself isn't that strong, a lot of fights are not, like, the AI is not able to handle multiple enemies at once. And even at a very basic level of, like, you stop hitting when the boss, or until the boss targets your friend, the moment the boss targets your friend, you start hitting him again, and you play, like, this very, very basic aggro ping-pong, makes fights so much easier. Like, there is such a incredibly gulf of difference in most... I know someone will be like, oh, but in this fight it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, in most fights it makes a fucking massive gulf of difference between having multiple targets versus just being yourself, or just being there by yourself, rather. Don't be yourself, kids, is what you learn on the kid stream. Yeah, okay, this time I was giga point blank to him. He still did the second jump. That was kind of my running theory there, that he didn't do the second jump because I was too close to him rather than, like, needing to be, like, a tiny step away or something. But no, he did the second jump this time immediately. Also, the fucking perfumer is literally running away from me. I can't see. Yeah, I had to guess. I guessed it was slow what was coming, but no, it was fast, so I died. Piss. But yeah, I love the idea of Spirit Ashes. I love the idea of being able to, like, summon strategic allies. Like, hey, I want a range supporter that just does damage, or hey, I want a guy that, like, heals or debuffs or whatever. Hey, this guy does poison. This guy's really tanky. Or hey, here's a group that helps distract the enemy group or whatever. Like, this is such a cool concept in theory, but in practice it either does very little or way too much in the vast majority of instances. Like... The Mimic Tier is probably the pinnacle example of that, right? Because the possibilities of what you can do with the Mimic Tier are near endless. The fact that you can make your own friend with a build of your own choice, pretty much. Like, that's so cool. Like, okay, I'm gonna give myself a Great Shield and, like, some throwables or whatever, and then I'm gonna not even give him a weapon, and then I'm gonna summon my Mimic Tier and it's gonna tank for me or whatever, and then I change my own equipment. A little clunky of a system, sure, but, like, the concept is so cool. But then in practice, it doesn't really matter, because most of the time, the second person being there, regardless of what they're doing, is already really good, and maybe even too good. I was being dumb. I was slightly slow on the roll there. Yeah, I feel so uncomfortable with that attack timing. The way he moves during that, and I don't know, I can't really quite function that. But yeah, the concept is so cool, but then in most cases it's either gonna make it super fucking trivial whatever the fuck you're fighting, or it kinda doesn't matter at all because the boss already just kills your ally and it didn't really help that much. But in the vast majority of cases it just trivializes it. Like, they're just not handled very well to deal with multiple enemies, and I'm not blaming them for it. Like, doing an AI that would be able to dynamically and intelligently handle multiple targets is probably way beyond the scope of what they're even considering doing, or what they even should consider doing. So I think it's fine the way it is for the most part, because you can always choose to not rely on them too much. But at the same time, it is a pretty good bludgeon to club down arguments of, like, oh, this is too hard, or this is kind of shitty, or like, oh, there's multiple enemies all the fucking time, because really the only reason you're not using it in those instances is still, like, your own decision making, and I mean, that's on you then at the end of the day. At least that's how I mostly see it. Yeah. I maybe should stop greeting there, but I feel like the bubble gives me a good opportunity to be greedy there. He didn't do the follow-up this time. That's the slow one. If we're not unlucky here, we can... Nice. Yeah, I was greedy doing a second swing. He did the overhead again! Oh, I staggered him out of it. That is so lucky. Like, the double swipe into overhead is so rare. Okay, how did that still track? I rolled so late, though. Thank you for letting me heal. I think he also felt like that was bullshit. I think we had an understanding there that that was not okay. Fuck. I rolled early again. Oh my god, Those were, like, those hits were both my bad, but it's still a little, it feels a little unfairly tough. But yeah, let's not get to realize also I was going to put it down for that, but decided to one try summon Lutel my go-to tank and go to first try, one try first seven. Anyways, I still typically focus on solo combat. Yeah, I agree. Stagger, I hardly even know our goddammit art. But yeah, I think it's difficult for them to like design fights that are both challenging, especially for people that have played these games a lot, and also still like mostly fair. Which is my response to you saying they've maybe made them too fast with Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3. I think it's really difficult to make that happen in a way that feels satisfying and fair. And I think they surprisingly, we can't really talk about the DLC too much, but I think they surprisingly absolutely nailed it for the majority of the DLC bosses. Like, I would probably have said, yeah, it's probably nearly impossible to design fights that are difficult and speedy and challenging without being unfair. But having played the DLC and overall being so impressed with the boss design in that, with like a couple issues here and there, I think they kind of nailed it. So it's probably not impossible, just like really fucking hard. I have to roll that so late. No, I didn't get my crit. Oh, I was out of stamina, I think. Oh, I can't believe I rolled through the fire spray. Yeah, he chose to not attack me there for like 8 minutes. It's so random, man. He seems to stagger reliably from the flame spray, by the way. I should use that to my advantage. No follow-up, couldn't drink. Okay, I'm gonna drink now because he seems to be in some weird walking phase. He didn't do the overhead follow-up, instead he does 2 swipes, and then he doesn't do the follow-up to that either. He just does whatever he wants. Didn't do the overhead follow-up, instead he yells at me, so I take some chip damage, so I'm now one-shot to almost everything again. Very cool, very cool. Can't run away from that. Can't run away from that either. Almost did. We're good. Yeah, he seems to reliably stagger from the flame strike. I'm not gonna cheese though. I'm gonna use it every now and then, like in that situation right there. That was a very stressful roll. That one doesn't have a follow-up, it seems like. At least I've not seen him do one, which actually in his case doesn't really matter, huh? I don't know why I risked that, but the elf bar being on a magic pixel does feel a little mean, doesn't it? Look at that. I literally don't even see a single pixel of red in there that isn't in the dead bar either. Man, that's mean. Some of those I'm a little critical of, which will be expanded upon until much later. I don't think the misbegotten of much processing again be easily changed to just use the resources efficiently. Yeah. Shouldn't have been stingy on the upgrades. One more upgrade on the bandit sword that we were just trying out. He would have died. Unlucky. But yeah, it's my choice there. I was being greedy because I felt like that second swing was gonna kill him. And looking at that HP bar, I don't think you can really blame me. And I was also injured, so I wasn't really safe from... Like, I wasn't in a position where I could have easily played it safe. It was kind of a... If I have to play defensive here, it's gonna be pretty dicey regardless. So I made the call. I was slightly wrong. He's down, he is not. Sorry. Don't think they have much poise. Yeah, but like... They have poise when they're attacking, basically. Or at least for a lot of their attacks. But like like when we were doing it with the greatsword in the Castle Morn fight, it was pretty good or easy to see the way the poise works there. Because there were a lot of instances where we could get pretty good staggers and poise breaks. But there were also a lot of attacks and a lot of instances where we could not stagger him at all. I find that so hard to judge when I don't really get to see that much, and he keeps starting chains and then just not doing the follow-ups, and then doing other random shit, and then not doing more follow-ups, and I just can't function with it. I hate it so much. But yeah, I mean, I have not staggered him a single time with the dual swords, for example. I've only ever, in this entire section of fights, staggered him when I used the flame strike thingy. And again, I'm not gonna just cheese him by spamming the flame strike thing. I will use it here and there, like I have been, but I'm not just gonna sit there and just keep spamming it. Slightly heavier weapons, yeah. However, I think like I said earlier, I think the main issue is going to be that if I use, for example, the Flamberge, which was what we were using against them the first time, I think, I will have much more trouble dealing with the bubble shields from the Perfumer. Oh fuck, I forgot to buff. He didn't do the follow-up to his charge attack, instead going into a completely new chain. I mean... I don't know, man. I was gonna be fine timing-wise if he did the thing that he always does, or should always do, I think, or mostly does, after the fucking dash across the ground attack like that. He didn't do it this time, instead going into a completely new chain, and so I fucking die. And that feels so frustrating. I don't have the HP or the buddies alive to take those sort of chances. My damage is also not high enough that I can take those sort of chances. So anything that makes it unpredictable and unreliable like that is just always gonna be miserable, because it means that for me I will need to play it Giga Save, which just gives me more opportunities to do at the end of the day. Like, I don't know. Oh well. Couldn't get a second roll there. He again didn't do the follow-up, huh? I guess we're just in a no follow-up from that one phase. Ah, fuck. I was hoping he did the stamp into double sweat there. I think I would have been able to dodge that without effort. Oh, fuck, my attack didn't hit, and I think that made me slightly too slow to dodge. Okay, good. Yeah, he's not doing that follow-up anymore. Fair enough. You can choose to just mix it up completely, then why wouldn't you? Oh, fuck me. Oh, he plays through that when he does the battle cry, good to know. I cannot dodge that attack, by the way. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about it. Maybe if I roll into him during that, but that's such a risk because he has so many other attacks where I don't want to be rolling into him. Like this one. If I'm too close to him there, I get hit by at least one of those two. Oh my god, we got Perfume Trisha. Fantastic. What the fuck is that? The fuck is that emote? What the fuck? Really has added some right shit to the emote list, goddamn. Thanks, but like I said, does not feel satisfying or fun at all. It feels like I just sent attempts until boss happened to die eventually. Oh, that's another streamer. Oh, I see. I thought that was an emote that Billy added, sorry. Is there something on the right side over here? I don't remember. I want to say there isn't. There's another omen. Let's not deal with that guy right now. Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is, at the end of the day, I still had a lot of stuff that I could have done to make this better and easier for myself. So, you kind of have to consider that to a certain degree when we're talking about the difficulty and these fights being sometimes a little ass and a little annoying. Like, I could have changed my Flask of Wondrous Physic, for example. I was using the bubble, but my second buff effect had no effect at all because I was still using the plus holy damage thing. If I instead used, for example, plus fire damage or just something else entirely, like more stamina, more like a health regen thing or something, that could have made it easier. I could have gotten more prawn because the physical debuff from that, or rather the defense buff from that, was actually really useful. I could have used buffs or like changed my weapon arts because we were really not getting that much value from the cold one, for example. There's also even a point that I might not even be using the, or wanted to have used the dual curved swords rather than just using the Shamshur by itself because it wasn't actually adding that much extra damage in a lot of the circumstances. I could have used Uplifting Aroma to give myself more of those shields, and I think there's also a slight damage buff to something, or to that or something, but I don't quite remember. I'd have to look it up. Or actually make one. So there's still a lot more that could have been done. I could have tried parrying the Misbegotten. I don't know if that works, but there's always a pretty good chance of that happening. Tried a different weapon, maybe gotten bleed or whatever, which possibly could have been better. So like, there was still a pretty large amount of stuff, even in my level 1 box of like tricks and tools that I could have used. I could have further upgraded my weapons, for example. I have 2 levels that I could put into the Shamshur if I wanted to. What else? There's a couple minor spells and buffs that I could be using that I'm not using. But yeah, anyway, hope you enjoyed shitty boss fights because we're about to enjoy ourselves a shitty boss fight. Hey dog, it's not you, but I mean, there's something else that I mean. Wait, shouldn't it? What? Is it later? I thought it would have shown up by now. Hey Turtle, am I dumb? Why the fuck is the thing not showing up? He's definitely not night only. I'm pretty maybe it's because I also have the dragon. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I missed his trigger. Never mind. It's all good. So, there be Dargon. It's an annoying lightning Dargon. Hope you guys enjoy god-awful Dargon fights. Because we're gonna probably be here for a couple of events. Oh hey, there's a thing right there. We're not gonna be using that. Let's try the Flamberge. I think that's our best shot. Not sure we need the health, but I mean at the end of the day I don't think there's that much we can do anyway. Might be worth considering later on. Hey, there are some dragon fights I like. I think Placidusax is actually not so bad. Bale is cool. Although I won't elaborate on that. We go to other games, Medea is sick. Calamite is alright. It's kind of just the generic dragons that are usually pretty bad. Rather than the actual named, oh my god, he's so important boss fights. Those are usually okay. Sin is okay in Dark Souls 2. Not my favorite because of the durability thing that keeps happening. So yeah, this is gonna take a couple of turns. I'm also not particularly good against these lightning dragons. You don't fight too many of them, thankfully. But I also just, I don't know. Never got particularly good. Well, you can make the argument that that's because I was on horse. A lot of the time, if you get hit by those sort of attacks on horse, you will just die in 1 hit. We even had the bubble on, I think, or maybe I didn't remember to turn it on, but on ground we would have probably been fine for one swing. Okay, that's our first bleed proc. We might need like 2 more. Oh no, he already leaves, never mind, we won. Dargon defeated. I think it calculates damage a little weird sometimes when you're on horseback, even if like it hits your body rather than the horse, but it could have obviously also been. I'm not gonna put it past it. Those are definitely all attacks that are, the game is like, no, you're not meant to be hit by those. So, could be, could be. Oops. Alright, we've entered Altus Plateau proper. Look at this place. Goddamn, what a place. Let's, before I completely forget, change those over to just being more stamina again. This should be another flask, actually. That's our 4th seed, so we should be fine. There's Rhea, we'll talk to her in a second. Is there anything else in these ruins? I heard the twinkling, I thought the guy was like, hey, there's one right here. Oh, he's up here. How do you even get up there? Well, where there's a horse, there's a win. I am. Be gone, demi-humans. Not for any like racist reasons, I just like to loot in peace. Stop yelling. It's only a bit of murder. Surely you're used to that in the lands between. Murder seems like a fairly commonplace occurrence here. Jeez Louise. Dodgiest man in the game right there. Anything good anywhere here? Yeah, I think I was meant to come around this side. Sorry. Let me try again. Perception dumped out, not great. Sorry enemy, that was a bad build choice. Yeah, let's go back up here, see if there's anything we missed. I don't think there's a hidden cellar, I think we would have noticed. Nick. It's a regular cellar, let's go down here now that we've defeated all the enemigos. What do we have? Wolf head ahead. Weak foe ahead, I mean. Weak foe ahead. Bloodstain, short sea kill. Okay, what the fuck? Oh, red, you. Ow. No more magic. It's time for war. What the fuck? Oh boy, I didn't get to roll between our legs there. Ah, there's a third swing, fuck. I don't know why I swung there, that was super pretty. Ow. Ow. Okay. Weak forward, I agree. Destroyed, easy, etc. Hey, Ritual Sword Talisman, nice. I like having that thing. Not sure if we're using it. So that talisman will give us a 10% damage boost while we're at full HP. It has a twin brother, the Ritual Shield Talisman, which will give us a 30% defense boost while we're at full HP. Now that one we will definitely be using pretty much all the time. That one we will get in the actual Legacy Dungeon in here. There's gonna be a second. Why are there so many messages? So we're not gonna be able to get that just yet. Not sure about the sword one. The damage increase is pretty small. Hello Ria, you're inviting me to the Volcano Manor. Yeah, sure, let's send it. I like to go to the Volcano Manor. So, we had her invitation from having helped her before. She's the woman we got the necklace back for. We bought it from the black art that ends up selling crabs. And we gave her the necklace back, and she was like, "Oh, you seem like a pretty good guy. Here, have this invitation to the Volcano Manor, and maybe we'll meet again." And we've met again, and now we have used the Volcano Manor invitation, and she's brought us to the Volcano Manor. I've said Volcano Manor a lot this time, I think, or in this couple of sentences. So here's Tanith, I think is her name. Hello. She is, yeah. So she's like, "Hey, you wanna join up?" And I think I do, yeah. I don't know if that ruins any questlines. I might have just fucked up everything. But I usually just accept. She has a bodyguard over here. I don't think you can talk to him. No. There are a couple of things in here. So over here... Wait, he's not here yet. Never mind. Is he further out? I don't know. Maybe he's not here yet. But yeah, we just got a key to a room, so we have a room here. Which honestly is the sort of gesture that I'm immediately like, you know what guys, I actually like you, this is cool. The fact that they give me my own room. Now there's a dead guy with a perfume bottle here, I don't know what happened about that. And they're kinda not giving me a bed. But hey, I have my own room here, so that's cool. We can have a little bit more of a look around. This room is occupied, even though it's locked. I think she's not here right now, but this will be occupied. This room I don't think we can open. Actually, there's none on the right side, never mind. Then on the left side, we have a group of people hanging out in the main, like, I don't know what you would call this. Dinner room, some shit like that, I don't know. Over here is a recusant finger, we can use this for PvP. Over here is a letter from Volcano Manor, if we inspect those. We have a target here for us to destroy as the Volcano Manor guys. It's Old Knight East 1, he can be found in Limgrave, find the red marker on your map for the exact location. So we can now go and kill NPCs for them. Rhea is here.
Hello again. As a scout under lead.
So she's a scout for the faction, and I guess us helping her out was kind of her doing her scout duties. Then we have Bernal again. This is the guy that gave us our first set of, or like allowed us to buy our first set of weapon arts. He will not trade us anything until we do the first quest, I think. Then we have Dielos over here, who told us that he got an invitation by these guys, even though he hates them.
It hit me like at my form. Of course, that and for but succumbing to and you know that such is the pale that won't be the tale be dark the tale of
What's the deal with Volcano Manor? I think they're like, fuck the Earth Tree and stuff, we're doing our own thing through like right makes might sort of a thing, or might makes right rather, sort of a thing. They're like, yeah, we fight them. Like attracting big fighty boys to, I don't know, I guess overthrow the government. I don't know if they want to burn down the Earth Tree or something like that. I don't know exactly what their literal end goal is. But, I mean, Tanith at least probably serves this guy on the portrait back there. I think they're still like,
But you must leave. This is a we have no place.
I think they're still thinking that Ricard is a fine man that should be fed, quite literally. They want to eat the gods, yeah. They want to help Ricard eat the gods, basically, I think. They're honestly, for like a PvP sort of faction, they're actually pretty chill. I like these guys. I don't like Ricard. I think Ricard is dumb. But the rest of them are fine. There's an NPC that's gonna invade us here, I think. Maybe I haven't done the thing yet to trigger. Oh, here he is. I think this guy's actually pretty annoying. He has the pizza cutter. Which is a very fine thing. Ooh, 2 hits for a bleed. Oh boy, if I don't immediately die, you're in trouble. Sorry about the table, but I had to try not to die. Oh, I fucked up my spacing. I got 1 shot. Ah, I misspaced that. Unlucky. I deserve it. But yeah, you bleeding in 2 hits is not a good look for you. I'm very sorry. That's gonna make this comparatively pretty easy. It's not the worst fight in the game, it's just that he does a lot of damage. Even if you're not level 1, he actually does a pretty large amount of damage. He also builds up bleed, so even if you're very tanky, the bleed will eventually help kill you. You can drink one of these and maybe not get 1 shot this time. Sorry about your furniture. Except I'm not actually all that sorry, but still, I'll say it at least. Depends on what you're trying to cut. Having done my, I was gonna say recent, but it's been like 2 years or something at this point, but having done my recent Bloodborne stream playthrough with the pizza cutter, you might see a couple instances where the pizza cutter might be the appropriate sort of tool to cut down whatever the fuck I was cutting down at the time. Oh, he did the full turnaround on the second heavy attack, fuck. That's not really a tracking thing, that's just charged heavy attacks on big weapons like that being able to turn 360, so that's pretty much fine. I was just being greedy in them. I should have played it safe. I really don't have a reason to greed in a fight like this. I just felt like, he's almost dead, let me try to sign up. But like he has, I think they only gave the NPCs ever, like the invading ones, ever only 1 heal, so even if I do give him some space and he gets to sip an Estus, he gets to sip exactly 1 Estus, which is ultimately not that big of a deal. So I should have just played it safe, because anytime I get hit, the fight's over. I almost had that timed. Ah, I died. Try to heal a second time. Yes, exactly. So they'll get their 1 heal, which usually isn't that much, comparatively. And then they will try to heal a second time, which allows you to take advantage and either heal yourself or give them a little slap, making up for it. Yep, I agree. I think that was cool. I also like them having 1 at all, because it makes it feel like more real, for lack of a better term. I think the number could, for most NPCs, probably be 2 instead, in my opinion. Because I do, to a certain degree, like the dynamic of like, ooh, you gotta be playing around the heal, or they might be trying to heal, you gotta be worried about that. I think that's kind of cool. So I wouldn't mind them having 2, but then there's also some NPCs where I'm like, if you gave this guy 2 heals, I'd probably uninstall, so I'm not gonna commit to that statement. He's not healing. There we go. Only didn't have infinite FP and stamina. So I personally have never felt like that's that big of an issue myself. Like, the idea that, oh, they're cheating, how dare they, is not really something I consider very much, because to me, they're, like, obviously not actual players. They don't need to follow the actual rules, in my opinion, and for my personal taste. I know a lot of people find that really aggravating when the enemy cheats. Like, if you're playing something like, let's say, Civilization, and you see the enemies getting, like, absurd amounts of resources from, like, tiny amounts of resource patches or whatever. Like, that's always a little frustrating, I get that. But,
Someone please kill him.
yes, I will, don't worry about it.
Then please, the one that I
But yeah, I always just see that as like, yeah, I mean, it needs to be the thing so they can, like, function. Like, they don't have the mechanical or strategical capabilities that the players have, so they need to not be able to be cheesed super easily. So I don't mind it as much. I do see the point though, and I think it's understandable. But I also reckon that if they gave him like a limited amount of FP, for example, you could very easily just bait them and make them use all their spells, and then they basically don't have spells or abilities anymore, because it would be, like I said, way too easy to just make them miss all of them.
I don't believe it, but here I thought.
So here's Patches. He's also part of the Volcano Manor. He hangs out. He's a fine man.
I thought I could let. Not to mention, even after I've never seen.
So he likes Tanith. I don't know how much he actually likes her, or if he's just saying this because he's serving her right now. Feels a little weird for him to just be like, yeah, I really like this lady. She seems like she knows what she's about. But I don't know. Who knows, man? Maybe this is just new Patches. That's just how he works now. I'm not hugely put off by Miami as a powerful, expensive weapon that they can use for get a little annoying. Yeah, but on the flip side, like, my main counterpoint is, like, if they do have an important weapon art, that is kind of what the fight is centered to be around. Like, let's look at, for example, Perceptor, rather, Miriam, the annoying mage lady in the upside-down tower. She has the fucking bow magic spell that's really strong and really annoying, right? If she didn't have infinite FP, you literally just bait her out of FP, and then the mechanic is gone and the fight is over. I'm not saying there aren't possible ways of making that, like, different or whatever. Like, make it so, like, that she maybe gets to recover it in some way or whatever. Like, you could obviously technically come up with something. But I think it's fine for an instance like that to just have infinite resources. I mean, more generic NPC enemies. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they usually aren't that defined by their special abilities either, or aren't spamming them that much anyway. I don't know. Like, that guy didn't really... Like, the guy with the pizza cutter didn't really take advantage of anything at all. I don't... Like, which NPC fights, like, that are normal invasions and normal NPCs even do take advantage of that stuff so much? Let's see if we can get the crit this time. I got stuck on the arm. Okay, we got it. It's not gonna kill him. I was hoping that I could maybe kill him before the puppets become an issue, but oh my fucking god, I got headshot. The abundance of arrows, one of them hit me in the head and then I got staggered into death. F. Damn. I mean, I also usually don't mind NPC invasions that much. I know that's funny that I say that because I cheesed that, like, great jar encounter yesterday. Was it yesterday? Was it 2 days ago? I don't remember. But, like, I cheesed the NPCs there, so that's a bit of a dumb thing for me to say, I suppose. But again, I just generally don't really mind NPCs that much. I find them very easy to exploit in most circumstances. I think Bloodborne did it, like, horribly by giving them max stats for no reason that makes any semblance of sense. So that was really ass. And I do mind them in that game, but even in that game you can kinda defeat them because at the end of the day they're dumb AI with, like, dumb quirks that they can't really get over. So, I don't know, I feel like it's okay for them to have, like, slightly cheesy, slightly dumb shit like that sometimes. And I can't offhand cite a fight in this game where I feel like, oh wow, this fight is really annoying because they have, like, infinite FP or whatever. I wouldn't mind them having stamina and having to use stamina in some way, shape, or form. Damn, I couldn't avoid the second one. I'm okay. First one I was still stunned from my own action, but then the second one I got unlucky with the roll. Could be they get a bunch of blue juice, maybe not limited, but then needing to use it grants an opening. Yeah, that could make sense, I agree. Go of Volcanoes, yeah, that one is probably the biggest example. But honestly, even just a couple regular dumbass hunters on the way to, or like in front of the cathedral, like if the two Yahar'gul hunters, that's what they're called. Even those just have absurdly high stats, one of them with the gun sphere and the other with the Tenachus. Like, those are just really fucking ass. So, how do I kill all the puppets here? You're floating on nothing there, so I saw them. Without upsetting the giant. It's usually not a big problem. Yeah, again, I'm just kind of struggling to think of an example where that happened to me, or where I'm like, yeah, this feels like it's a little bit too much. Which is why I kind of immediately went to Miriam as the like gimmick for it, because that's an instance where I feel like, yeah, the fact that she can just launch that 24/7 is really annoying, but that's also clearly like the point of the encounter, so I don't know. Please, not again. Okay. I think I'm fine, yeah. Well, it's funny you say that. The jar guys that are summoned by the Great Warrior jar, if you're thinking about that one, like the one in front of the weird big Colosseum thingy, they are builds from other players that have defeated the encounter. So yeah, it would make sense that the stuff that the players are using would be a little exploity and cheaty in that regard, so I will grant you that one, definitely. But I also think it's an absolute exception scenario that is like not very normal for how NPCs behave and like NPC phantoms and should behave. That guy does a range bloodshot, king alone, I just use it constantly. In fairness, that is also a pretty cheap weapon art that is pretty spammy even if the player uses the weapon, but yeah, I get what you mean. Thankfully, he usually likes to go into melee, and if all else fails, he can just kind of kite him until Euro shows up, so there are ways of remedying it a little bit, but yeah, that is definitely a little bit of an annoying one. So I don't think I can ruin anything if I go explore here. There are at least... Actually, no, there's only one thing I remember that is right here that I want to get right now. And it's a smoldering butterfly. Oh fuck, I forgot about this seed over here. But yeah, there is an invisible scarab over here, which is sometimes a bit of a pain. I think this is a good spot to fight him, because I think he takes a little bit up here. So we'll see if he runs over here and we can get him maybe. There we go. Ash of War through and through. I was also encountered the use of player bolts during a boss fight, and it was funny how those ones just insta-get to a combo while the NPCs could still tank a little. There's an encounter like that? Damn. Which encounter is that? You mean in Elden Ring or in Dark Souls 3? Or in Demon Souls? Also, enemies chain rolling attacks for days and then launching into a full string of... Oh, Fia, right, duh. Yeah, I forgot. Duh, makes sense, yeah. True, actually. Oh god, that's gonna be unfun on level 1. Which is because for some by themselves maybe slightly annoying. It is the mimicked here. Again, maybe I'm just like weird about it, or maybe I just happen to get along pretty well with most of the normal enemy phantoms, but I don't find their behavior particularly difficult to deal with most of the time. So I equipped the Shamshur again because I knew they were hands, so I wanted to be able to set them on fire while I run by and be safe mostly. I think this is what I'm looking for, maybe? No, there's a thing here. I can never exactly remember where it is, but I know there's a thing here. I think it's slightly higher up. I don't think there are many obnoxious guys. Yeah. For what it's worth, I think it's just... oh boy. I think it's just a little easy to exploit their AI usually. So that basically no matter how bad individually their stats might be, or like their theoretical build would be or whatever. Oh my god, that was a true combo. This fucking dickhead. Or dig hand, I guess. No matter how theoretically annoying their builds are, it's usually fairly easy to exploit. But yeah. The rest of the game was amusing. Yeah. I mean, that is the reason why they tend to give like the NPC phantoms an ass load of HP, is that they're fucking terrible. They sometimes pull out some crazy moves or like some crazy dodges, so if I'm sitting here like, oh, they're easy to exploit, or oh, they're terrible, or whatever, someone's gonna be like, no, they did something insane to me. Yeah, they're always occasionally gonna do something insane to you, because that's just kind of how the mostly random AI works in these games, but like, generally they're very, very inconsistent, is the easiest way to put it maybe. They're gonna have moments where they do some insane shit, and they're gonna have a lot of moments where they are very predictable and very, very basic, very simple. Where the fuck is the tier? I know there's a crystal tier here somewhere, and I can never remember exactly where it is. It's not you, you're a skull with a golden rune 1 as always. I think that's why they, like, the fact that they're so basic, I think that's why they decided to give the Bloodborne versions such insanely high stats. Because otherwise they just kinda don't function. Instantly parried and just been, yeah. Okay, parrying is a little annoying because the AI kinda does actually cheat with that one. I will give you that parrying is pretty ass, so you have to very actively play around it, because otherwise they will just randomly parry you and you have to die. There's no avoiding it. You have to do like jumping attacks and that sort of shit. Where the fuck is the crystal tier? Fuck me. I am confident it's up there somewhere between, like, by the, where the bunch of hands are. God damn it. Mostly probably because I have a lot of HP. I disagree. Even with low HP, they will randomly decide to parry you. Which, in fairness, again, is kind of how that would work in PvP as well. Like, if you get R1'd by someone, you would just randomly press the parry button and very likely get a random parry on them and make up for all the damage you took and probably outright just, like, win the fight off of that. Maybe not insta-kill them. So, like, it kinda makes sense that it works that way, but it's a little ass. They'll stay problem in the areas, ton of HP? I don't know. It gives them more opportunities to actually do it, sure, but the issue is more that you need to actually play around it. And when you do actually play around it, the HP itself is not that big of an issue. There are a lot of chances you have to worry about where you might just start from pressing R1. Yeah, the answer is to not just press R1. Or to just not press R1. Which I know is sometimes easier said than done, and it's very easy to occasionally be like, oh yeah, I'll just take a quick swing. Oh fuck, on my very first swing he parried me. But that's also why I'm saying the HP is not the biggest issue there, because they will just randomly decide, oh no, I'm going to parry your very first swing, or like, I'll do something crazy, like out of my stagger, I'll do the first action as parry, get rolled, idiot. I disagree. You have R2s, you have jumping R2s especially, and you have Ashes of War. And you have, if you want to be extra crazy, consumables, you have spells. You probably have access to range attacks in some way, shape, or form. Some of them, yeah. But I was mostly talking about jumping R2s. Which, hey, coincidentally works out really well, because jump attacks are absolutely fucking bonkers in this game. Hey, this hand is not having a good time. He knows. The fucking creepy sound effect as they were crawling in. Yeah, mostly by their own choice. Sure. I have spells, and I'm level 1. I don't know. I have Ashes of War. I have ranged weapons that I could be using. I have consumables. Yeah, I mean, I'm also not advertising the game to anyone as like, hey, you can fight NPCs in this game that are pretend like you except with giga stats and like GTAI. That's one of the... Oh, here it is. How did I not see that item the entire... No, wait, that's just a random drop. I was like, if this was the fucking thingy. Ashes are, I feel, ranged weapons aren't usually practical in my experience, which still leaves out the jump R2s, which you have decided to completely not comment on further. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. You can also choose to R1 when the opponent doesn't have their weapon or doesn't have their shield equipped, which they also do quite a lot. If you advise us, don't press the basic attack button ever against this enemy because there's a 1 in 5 chance you lose all your HP. I think you're being ridiculous, honestly. If it wasn't an like, disconnect yourself from the fact that they look like a player character for a second and just imagine an enemy type that says, hey, don't press R1 against me, don't press the basic attack button against me. Would you think that's automatically terrible design? That, oh, you defeat this enemy with non-basic attacks? Is that bad design? Like, sure, the logic is a little weird that they decide, oh, I randomly parry you. That makes it awkward, but you'd hate that? Really? Okay, well, I think I just fundamentally disagree then. The game's not designed for that? Son, you have like 3 different attack buttons by default on your controller at all times. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I disagree, I guess. Okay, I need to look this up in a second because I swear to God there's a fucking crystal tier up here. And I cannot remember for the life of me where it is, because I would have bet money on the fact that it's up there where the fucking... Oh, it's this guy. I would have bet good money that it's up there where the fucking hands are hanging out, and I cannot fucking find it. R1 gets parried, R2 gets parried, jumping R2 is not how to play an entire fight. I mean... How long is that fight gonna be? Again, you can also pay attention to whether their shield is actually equipped, and if they are two-handing their weapon, you can go back to R1ing just fine. I don't know, I think given the fact that there's like a handful of fights total where that is even a thing, it's perfectly fine to say you should not be R1ing in this instance. I'm, again, not saying the way it's executed, or that like the fact that they're parrying and doing that much damage with their giga stats is perfectly fine or whatever, but I don't see it as a major flaw or an issue with the game that in like these handful of fairly rare encounters you're supposed to not like R1 them. I don't know. I guess that's also from the perspective of someone that has played the other games a lot and understands like generally how parrying works or how you play around parrying, but I don't know. I don't know, that feels like a bit of a redundant distinction, but fair enough. But yeah, going back to the hypothetical of, hey, here's an enemy that you're not supposed to R1 ever, and like it appears like a couple times in the game, and like R1 bad, I don't think that would be a terribly designed enemy. Fundamentally. Like, at the end of the day, it's a fucking adventure RPG. If your only way of interacting with the world would only be R1, then I think that's a little limited given the amount of stuff that's in the game. And, like, simply put, if... Again, like, that's probably the perspective of someone that has played these other ones and has, like, done PvP and shit, but, like... I think the idea of, hey, here's an enemy that will parry you, you have to like play around that and deal with that, is not like an absurd task. It is a core tool, yes, it is not the one and only button. It is by far the most practical way of fighting. Yes, I do not deny that. I have also pressed R1 roughly 8,000% more than I have pressed R2 or whatever in this game so far. But I have also willingly and aggressively pressed jump and then R2 and not felt like my hands are rotting off my my arms or whatever. I feel like being encouraged to use more of the moveset because the enemy has a counter to your very basic tool strategy is fine every now and then. It's unusually vulnerable to certain consumables maybe? I don't know. Aw, fuck. I hate that happens. Shut off a part of your toolset though. Not so fine. Wow, I completely disagree. Again, it's not even fully shut off, because they will change between one-handing their weapon with the shield out or two-handing their weapon, and the moment they two-hand, you can actually press R1 again. You can also sneak in R1s as a combo from jumping R2s every now and then, or like you can press R1 to get your critical after a couple jump attacks or whatever. Or you can do your own parries and then you get to press R1 for the critical hit and shit. Like, I genuinely do not agree in any way, shape, or form. That, like, again, not saying these aren't sometimes terrible encounters and it's not poorly done, but like the conceptual thing of like, oh, you're never allowed to ever disable R1 for a fight is crazy to me. Like, there are so many tools, so many things in these games, and you're excluding literally all of them off the basis that the fundamental light attack button is R1, and this needs to be a solution to every single encounter. Like, it can never not be the solution to an encounter. That is absurd. Circular and area after attack and backstab, I guess. Yeah. But I mean, the point is not, like, I'm being slightly facetious there, because obviously the point is not that you can use it to trigger criticals or whatever, or to trigger spells or ranged attacks, but rather that needs to be melee basic attacks at all times. I should probably drink my buff flask for this, because this thing does too much damage. I'm saying I wouldn't like having periods where I have to solely jumping R2 arthropods or use magic, which I may well not have. I mean, it depends on the period. The small period in a, like, quote-unquote PvP fight where your opponent is fishing for parries and you have to play around the fact that they're trying to parry, absolutely fine in my opinion. That's like seconds, usually, in most scenarios. Now, doing jumping R2s for like 2 minutes against a boss that's otherwise invulnerable, yeah, that'd be pretty awful. But I think that is horribly undermining how still dynamic and ultimately, like, complex the fights are. How much you're still doing with, like, spacing. You can still whiff punish with R1 if you make the enemy with— oops, I just walked off the cliff. Goodbye. But yeah, you can still whiff punish them, because it's not like they stand there and literally just wait until they get to parry you. They will also do their swings and swing into thin air if you're moving around that. I don't know. This angle is awful. Why do they make you spawn directly facing the fucking cliff so that when you jump on your horse, your character just fucking runs off the cliff? Madness. But yeah, I don't know. That... to me, that's such a, like, abstract, absurd way of looking at an encounter. And saying, like, no, I don't know. Maybe we'll find an NPC here in a second and can look at how much other shit they'd be doing rather than just parrying. And how much I get to use R1 even against an enemy that has parries in theory available. Yeah. Wait, no, that's the flame breath, I'm fine. I think that's gonna hit me. Oh, never mind, I'm fine. I should probably unhorse so I don't die. Ah, piss. I need to find an opening to buff the weapon. I think this is good. Oh, nice. Got the combo. Yeah, the main one that I'd be thinking of is the guy in RL1. That's kind of the first major hurdle in that regard. Yeah, please. I mean, the one in Royal Lucaria is extra nasty because he also has, like, pretty strong spells, and he has the carry and retaliation, which makes his parry window so much better. So that even if he is slightly off, he'll still be mostly on, and he has fairly gritty stats for that sort of level and area. But he also very frequently two-hands his weapon or pulls out his magic stick, and then you absolutely can still R1 him. I need to drink my thingy, I'm dead. Okay, that did not last very long. Guess it served its purpose. I'm bad. I rolled that way too early. It's weird, this should be a fairly easy ulcerated tree spirit because you actually have a fairly big arena here. But I think his stats are just kinda cranked pretty high. Obviously it's gonna be a bit more of a problem because I don't have much health, but I remember struggling with this guy a little bit even on other characters who would have much more health. Alright, let's just kill him. I need to do the flame strike thing a little earlier so we get the weapon buff, because that is actually a lot of damage that I'm missing out on. But I don't want to just randomly send it, because that will just get me killed. Okay, I rolled it this time, let's go. Let's run in, get the punish here. I rolled early, oh, I got away with it, nice. Go, got the timing again. Oh. I get stuck on every bit of his body. Okay, so got the cookedness. This is not great. Did I just roll that explosion? I'm the best there ever was. Easy. I almost just got grabbed and died. Hey, do the flame breath. Oh. Oh, fair enough. Thank you. A bit late, but we'll take it. Get away in case it is the explosion. It gets so much better punish if they actually do the flame breath after that. But he chose to not do it twice in a row there. What? Piss. That was a really awkward angle because he was so close to me, but we got the flame breath so we won. Neat, didn't even get it. Destroyed. Leaden heart here. I wonder if we ever get to use them. Probably not. Turtle, are you here by coincidence right now? Since you are my knower of all things Elden Ring. My source of cube is not actually insane, there is actually a thing here, etc. Very good. Hey, is there a crystal tier up by Volcano Manor where the hands are, or am I absolutely tripping? I want to say there's the fucking stat crystal tier, either like intelligence or something. I could have sworn there's a crystal tier there, and I cannot find it, even though the area is actually not that big. Like right in front of Volcano Manor where we've been fighting the... like these puppets and the troll and all that sort of shit. And the hands, like I said. Oops, I'm done. Oh wait, maybe I have... Oh, I think I know what happened actually with that in my brain. So I think I had this exact same situation where I thought, oh, it's probably up here, right? And then I spent a while looking around up here to try and find it, and I never found it. And then I looked again, and then I realized, oh wait, it was in a different location. Yeah, I think that's what happened. I think I remember reading, oh, from the road to the manor thing, you go right by the path to where the hands are or something. Or like, you go right by the path and then it's there. And I thought road to the manor, alright, that's probably up here, because it's the Road of Inquiry, in front of Volcano Manor. And then I searched this place for like a half an hour or something, and I couldn't find it. And then I eventually checked and like, oh fuck, it's over here. So I think that burned itself into my brain in exactly the wrong way, to the point where I'm now like, oh, there is a crystal tier there, right? Instead of the, oh, I thought there was one, but I was wrong. So I think that's the big dumbass missed logic thing that my brain is currently doing there. Into his near carrying manner. Yeah, I thought so as well. Hello there, Anastasia. Yeah, I fucked up. Yeah. Okay, you know what? If you want to heal over there, that's fine with me. I'll heal over here. You're not healing, huh? That's fine with me. I'm cool. We're all cool. Everything is cool. Holy fuck, she was very spicy there towards the end. Get the Sacred Butchering Knife. Hell yeah. We got Golden Vow. Very nice. I should probably stop soon. Let's have a little look-see around. Don't remember all that's here. I remember there being Iron Maidens. Or a knife to a knife fight? Hell yeah. Yeah, it's this game's many to remote road equivalent. Yeah, Iron Maidens, there they are. I dislike these being here in numbers now. Hey, you probably saw me, right? Come over here. You maiden, come over here. Let's have a chat. Oh, can you not break these? See, I don't want to fight both of them because that's pain. You can break these, you're just being dumb. Alright, come over here then. Don't just fucking scoot around left or right. Come fight me. Bonk, 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 bonk. Alright then. Oh, oops. I was getting a little lazy there with him. I rolled too late. I'm okay. Do I survive this? I don't. Goodbye. Fuck. Annoying. That's gonna be pretty far from my respawn point as well, so getting those souls back is gonna be a little annoying. I do kind of want them back. I think there's stuff I need to buy soon. Can I be asked? I don't really have much of a reason to be there right now. I think I should return to Altus Plateau and explore a little bit more there, if anything. You know what, let's go here, let's activate the lift, grab the Site of Grace there and just call it a day, I think. That seems like a good thing to do. So, since we have both medallion halves, I say confidently, knowing that I definitely have them and I'm not gonna look like an idiot. Yeah, we do, okay, cool. We do big cutscene where we hoist the medallion and then we activate the lift. Which in turn brings us to the top. We're skipping the cutscenes. Because they take a while. But now we're in Altus Plateau. Wow, cool. We've never been here before. This looks so strange, so unique. I am being facetious, of course, but that being said, this is the better place to arrive in Altus Plateau, I think. This place looks sick coming from here. Now, the other side also has its moment, like the vista right after you defeat the dragon is really cool. But you do have to, like, go through that first little initial section to get your big old vista, but, like, this place just kinda looks pretty nice. Let's go grab the Grace. Do I want to run around and gather some more shit? Actually, let's do one little boss fight. I saw Bango do this at the... no, not at the end, but like in his last stream as well. So I feel like I should probably also go do that. Just for funsies. There's a fight here in a Ever jail downstairs, and I kind of want to do that real quick. I say real quick with the confidence of a man that knows he will definitely, absolutely destroy this boss without any effort or issue whatsoever. This is not gonna be a Cupid stuck here for another 1.5 hours as time fades away within seconds. But instead we'll just real quick in and out, one boss lane. Nothing major, no problem. Out of my way. So here's our jail. We need to open it with stone sword keys. We should have enough of those. I've been buying a couple here and there, and you also find a lot of them if you're thorough. And we get to our first major refight, I would say. Because we fight Godfroy. Hello, Godfroy the Grafted. I almost did something really dumb there, and then I still did something pretty dumb anyway. Ooh, I forgot about that one. I was not looking for that. That's really... I died, goodbye. I am alive. I'm alive. I'm alive. Okay, I'm being terrible at this fight right now. We did this fight so well when we first encountered him. I'm having so much trouble. To be fair, he is giving me, like, the worst of his moveset. Like, these normal swings are pretty difficult to deal with because of the multi-hitting, grafted, extra arm shit that he likes to do. Bow before. Oops, I did that early, but we're fine. I should probably not full charge R2 there, I should just do light attacks. Yeah, that does pretty good damage anyway. Oh, my buff went on. No, the other one was also the grafted, because he's also grafted shit on himself, so he has been grafted on. Oh. Pretty good timing for a crit, honestly, right before the phase transition. Actually, that was not so good. Yeah, you should transition here. Wait, he doesn't... Yeah, right, he doesn't have a fucking cutscene for his transition. I forgot that he was gonna do the, like, three-stage attack thingy there. Because once you're grafted, you also start to graft yourself. I don't know, man. I don't know how it works. English is weird. I feel like this might be a fight for the Flamberge instead, actually, because, well, we do get to swing this sword quite a few times. I think the bleed procs are gonna be a little bit better damage than the Shamshir, even with the flame buff. But yeah, he does transition to phase 2. He did like a phase 2 version of that attack there, but he doesn't get the fancy cutscene and he doesn't get the dragon arm, so I was looking for that and not finding it for some reason. It's a double swing, I get a hit here and then I roll. No, I don't get to do that with Greatsword, never mind. I basically always want him to do the jumping attack because it's fairly easy to avoid and you get a guaranteed punish. That was so early, unlucky. I think that hit me out of the air, which is why I got ground splat there and couldn't roll the follow-up attack. Hey, at least this has a stack of Marika, unlike the last two major, or well, not that major, I guess, the last two dungeons that we were in. Good old Battle Brothers. Art is always good to entertain them in. Oh yeah, that lead block was fairly quick. That was a greedy swing, we got away with it though. I get 3 here if I do a light attack for the jumping rather than the heavy attack. I am slow as fuck, goddammit. It's his brother, probably. It's probably also a joke, intentionally so, but it's very likely just his brother. Apparently there are items that refer to him in the lore, but I don't remember. I saw Turtle say this and I trust this man with my life, so... Okay, this fight should be pretty easy. I think if I was just fucking able to focus up a little bit, this should be not so bad. That was a very quick lead, Jesus Christ. Ah, fuck, I'm dead. What's doing me in here is mostly my impatience. I just kinda wanna swing. Boy. Oh, I was early. See, if I don't do shit like this, that would be pretty easy. That's early, I died. Yeah. See, again, if I don't do shit like this, I'll be fine. But, like, my brain goes, I'm like, fuck it, let's see. If I instead just play really patient and only take my very easy dodges and get into guaranteed punishes, I will definitely win this pretty quickly. Well, not quickly because it's gonna take a while to kill him, but... I tend to just go like, maybe this is fine, and just, like, instinctively go like, surely this dodge is fine, surely I can take a swing here. Surely this is the right timing, I just kind of want to go in. Oh, nope, it wasn't. Goodbye. And I think as long as my bubble is up, I am fine to do that, but like once my bubble is no longer up, I should just try to contain myself somehow. Oh, that was fast. I thought that was the very slow swing I misidentified though. Yeah, I thought it was this one. Yeah, what got me there is that on this phase 1 version, the first attack is pretty slow and the second is really fast. In the phase 2 version... Oh fuck, I'm in trouble. In the phase 2 version, the initial ones are fairly fast and then the last one is really slow. So it's kind of the opposite. No, it's not really ready for that. Why do I do this? I tried this earlier and no, I guess I just thought I might have fucked up. 3, 4, 5. That was a very early roll, but we got away with it. This is a punish. I'm not punishing that. Shouldn't do that either, yeah. That's a punish. Let's run away and wait until it's over. My timing for that last swing there is actually off, I need to be a little careful. I am shocked I haven't been hit by the wind yet. That's usually my main weakness in this fight. Is that the wind projectile keeps getting me. I need to stop taking this risk, but I want the punish. Oh, I got to avoid the wind as well. I'm so good. I think I need to actually be closer to bait that jumping attack, huh? God damn it. Ah, fuck, it's this. I didn't recognize that for a moment. I thought he was face transitioning for some reason. I thought he was about to chop his hand off. That looked a little dicey. That's the bleed, that's the big swings. I'm not gonna punish this, fuck it. And then this is slow. Let's be like here, maybe this is close enough for him. Fuck. To play it safe. I wanna roll in and hit him there, but that's risky because that one-shots me. Don't fall for it, Cube. I didn't need to risk that, I am so bad. Please. Brain, settle down. Don't get too impatient, please. Don't throw this, it's been too long. Oof. I am never ready for that one. I'll gladly admit you got me. There you go. Bleed! Damn it, bleed! He didn't bleed, I'm okay. Thank you, Fisk. No, scratch my ass in celebration. Looking for my horse. Sweet how that works. I command thee kneel. I do like that encounter. I don't know why. The way he, like, yells like an absolute madman and then chops his hand off is so good. Like, the voice actor just fucking sells it. I also like that intro where it's like, I command thee kneel. Like, it's also pretty good. It's probably just the voice acting, honestly. I think the guy is just nailing that performance, I reckon. Makes the lines kind of stand out and feel pretty good. Goddamn. That is probably what Ryu would look when he was driving a car. Anyway, I'm gonna call it here, like I said. Bit of an annoying set, not really getting that much progress done. Got kind of stuck a little bit for a while.